Hello everybody, good morning, how are you all doing? In this stream, I thought I could try and get iRacing going. I've not played iRacing for a long time, and with it being early morning, I thought, well, you know what, let's do some iRacing. Also, you know, after a 300-year stream hiatus, seemed like the right thing to do. Torture everybody with the simulator that they love. Why not? So, we'll see how it works. I've got the new user interface installed. And it crashed last time I tried to launch it. So, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Land of iRacing. Hopefully we'll just get 1 or 2 races in. Hello, Lenti Hoxar. Hey up, soggy guy. How's it going? Don't know what you guys have found with the new iRacing UI. Hello, Stuart. If you guys have had problems with it crashing. Seems weird to me because the old UI launcher, the web-based launcher was really good. I mean, the forum is terrible, and that's not changed. The new launcher, I'm undecided on it. You know what I'm like with user interfaces. I've not given it enough time to give it a go. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know yet. Yeah, it's not intuitive, but to be fair, like, so here it is. Those of you that have used it, it doesn't have any account details. It's not going to dox me anywhere in the new UI, is it? If I put it on the screen now, I'm not going to, like, gamermuscle of Buckingham Palace. Curses. It's not got any details on there, has it? Not my email address or anything. I don't think so. Emperor GTR, hello. How's it going? I've moved my camera, so it's going to also be really difficult for me to remember to look in the right place. It's down here. Woo! Hello. I normally have it up top. Mid-race tannoy announcements. Oh yeah, well, I could set that up. I've had a bit of a Simrig adjustment here. I've had to move things around a bit to get stuff on the rig. So we'll see. So here's the game. There we go. Let's see. Right, yeah, that is the... So, yeah, the new user interface... I mean, this makes sense. This organising stuff by series is quite nice. Because, you know, that's the main point of iRacing. Is like, oh, I'm going to take part in a series. But then it's not really totally obvious. Like, you guess that's how many people are registered to the next race. And that's when it starts and stuff. But you kind of want the series that you're doing as the primary thing. Yeah, it's not intuitive to use. They've got these tags and stuff so you can filter everything. So it's not necessarily bad. But it's certainly not intuitive. Excited Saturday night watching Bold Man. Oh, yeah. Saturday night, man. Saturday morning here in the UK. So I registered up to this Skip Barber race, but the game keeps crashing. So if I click join... Hello, dude. The problem is it seems to load VR and doesn't give me the option not to load VR. So that's not ideal. See, there we go. It's trying to load VR. I don't want VR. I'm not playing in VR. And normally it would give you a prompt. Is there a setting somewhere to disable that? Maybe that's what's causing it to crash. Yeah, R3E's through a website, but that their store is all content based, right? It's not really like, you know, you're not doing it for the races. Yeah, there used to be a pop-up. Yeah, I don't know. This stream's for me. This is for me to get my stuff set up. Right, let's see if it crashes here. Configure controls. Here we go. Move the wheel all the way one way. Hang on, let's get the right profile here on my steering wheel. I'm going to set it to 900 degrees. It's my favourite amount of degrees, that. Right. Too late. I did reboot my PC, so that might have fixed why it was breaking before. Just use the browser look. You can't anymore. They've got rid of it. Well, that's what I thought. Turn the wheel one way and then t'other. Then return to center. Click done. Done. Pizza cooked. Turn your 90 degrees to the left. That'll do. Done. Right. Pedals are already set up. It's all working. Nice. I actually quite like the setup screen here. Hello, Turge. How's it going, man? No, I'm not ordering a 3080. I don't think there's enough of a... For the games I play, there's not enough of a jump. It's 25% better than a 2080 Ti, so I'll probably get a 3080 Ti when they come out. Yeah, I know. You gotta get it just spot on, haven't you? Let's get the right sound on here. Jesus Christ. Oh no, too many sound devices. Game system is what I want. Bloody hell. There we go. System. Voice chat. Oh, that's good. I can use the voice chat volume on here, so I can mute other people if I want to. Chat. Game. Chat. There we go, look. So now I can control the volume of that independently. You need someone to review 3080 in VR. I don't think it will. It'll be 25% faster than the 2080 Ti. So for ACC, in VR, I get like... I don't know. It doesn't run very well, does it? Yeah, but I think 90 is like... It's the replacement for a Titan, so it's like £1,500. Why is that still saying configure controls? Oh, I see. Shift up. Yes. You're using ACC and VR, very low setting. Yeah, on a 1080. So yeah, 2080 Ti is like 25% better than the 1080. So the thing is, for ACC and VR, realistically, you're going to need like 70% or 60% more power than the 2080 Ti, you know, to be able to run it in a way that looks nice. Reverse. Oh, I need to leave it in reverse, fair enough. Le done. First gear. Second gear. Third gear. Fourth gear. Fifth gear. Now, someone explain to me why the button numbers on the Fanatec shifter, the button number. So, fifth gear is button 6. Device button 6. It would have been nice, wouldn't it? If they just... Hang on a minute. Okay. Let's say if the button... Oh, no! I made a huge error there. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have played iRacing. I didn't play it for a long time. I'm going to be doing an event with a car company at some point in the future, so I need to get back onto iRacing. AN Tabusa, do not compare 3080 with 2080 Ti because it's $799. It's the price of a normal 2080. I got my 2080 Ti for £1,000, so yeah, like €1,200. Why is it difficult for Unreal Engine to... So, because the new Unreal Engine is designed for games consoles. All the design decisions for the latest Unreal Engine are based around your average use case, which is sort of 30 to 60 FPS, 1080p, whatever, playing on a games console, platformer, third-person action game, basically. So that's pretty much the core game engine parameters. Think console third-person shooter. You can use the latest Unreal for like cinema and loads of other stuff, but in terms of gaming, that's kind of like its design parameters. So VR and driving sims are not at the top of the list there, so it's kind of a miracle that Kunos got Unreal to work as well as it did for driving sims. But you have to bear in mind with ACC that it almost might as well not be the Unreal Engine. In terms of the amount of work that Kunos have had to put into it, it's more work than what most developers would put into the game engine when they license a game engine. Because Unreal is not designed for driving simulators. So, okay, there we go. Session. I need to move my camera and I can't remember what the button is. Yeah, well, that's what's weird with it. Someone else recently said on the channel, they were like, "Oh, I'm selling my 28 Ti. I've only got £300 for it, or £400." I'm like, "Why are you selling it so quick? Like, just wait." Like, if the 30 series cards literally are a total revolution and literally, replace the 20 series like totally in terms of like price and everything, well then upgrade to one when that happens, like if that's proven. Because the only thing when it comes to knowing if you should get a graphics card, you have to wait until there's a benchmark for the game that you want to play. So it seems like most of the 30 series big performance gains are in the tensor core, like the RTX cores and what have you, rather than the raw processing for stuff that we play, like classic driving sims, what have you. What was the button to change? Is it Alt F12? That was it. Thank you. Alt F12 sounds like Alt F4. You got to do it in the. You have to do it in replay. Yeah, that was it. Thanks for that. Oh, we've got like 10 minutes to get going here. Oh dear. This is gonna be a very chill stream, guys. Hope you guys don't mind that. Did you see I've got a... you guys follow me on Instagram? So I post a lot of stuff on there when I add stuff to my sim rig. I just added a new pedal plate. So I can move the pedals in and out. It's on a seat rail. Ah, yes. We're using this layout. That's good. Well, Hell Let Loose on my 2080 Ti runs at like between 60 and 90 FPS, but then there's like Hell Let Loose has weird stutter and stuff occasionally, which seems to be like more to do with netcode settings. Woo, slidey, cold tires. I need to set my force feed back up as well here. How's everyone doing though this morning? You guys having an okay week? I didn't. I had a effing awful week, but good now, so that's all that matters. I hope you guys had a good week though. Right, let's go to the pit and do the camera thing. Alt F12. No, Control F12. There we go. Driver view, cockpit camera. Which one was it? It was this, isn't it? Still in bed waking up. I have like weird sessions with iRacing. Like sometimes I get into it and then I kind of get out of it. Like the physics often annoy me. I like the Skippy. I've always liked the Skippy. But most of the time, most of the cars, the physics, I don't feel like I can drive them how I want to drive. Like, I like to drive on top of the car. So to me, I really like AC. I really like AC, race room, sort of tire model handling. Hey Thomas, how's it going, man? Thomas Schmidt, the legend. That's that, isn't it? So I'll just save that. Save. The game's not crashed, so maybe when you install update, definitely. Oh, hang on, that view's different. Hey Chili Dog, how's it going, man? When you install the iRacing update, why does that view look? Oh, because there's no. I've got the steering wheel turned off, but not in replay. When you install the update, make sure you reboot your PC. Is what I was going to say. Only WRX can get me up at this hour on a weekend. What's WR? Oh, the Rallycross. Don't get up. I need my camera higher still. I think. Yeah, there we go. Did I save the wrong thing? Super Hot Wheels, hello. Race Room's too arcadey. Well, Race Room's weird. I wouldn't describe it as arcade. I know what you mean, but I wouldn't describe it as arcadey. Do you know, I was at Brands Hatch like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they had Race Room set up there, and it was just really nice. Because I haven't played it for a while, and it was actually just really nice to play. It feels really nice. I mean, you know, I kind of think with all the Sims, as long as you can feel what the car's doing, and there's a bit of warning with the handling, like there's a little bit of like, it should be like, oh, you're pushing it, you're balancing it, and as long as you've got that, even if it's unrealistic, then that makes me happy. If you have it where stuff happens and there's no real warning to it, that's when I start. That's when that's where I can't enjoy it. Right, that's good. This is like a really terrible camera setup, but it's good. That's all right for me. So let's take my wheel settings here. Hey, Jack Harrison. Yeah, I'm alive. I tell you what, I made because I live in Kent. There's like apple trees everywhere. I made amazing apple pies recently. Thought I'd share that with you guys. So I might start my own apple pie business. Because there's apples are free. Because they're literally just grow like. If you've ever been to Kent, there's apples bloody everywhere. Like, I put an apple tree in my garden 2 years ago, and that had like 30 apples on it after 2 years, and it was a you know, sapling. So for some reason, Kent and apple trees. Which is weird that Kent doesn't have a reputation for cider. It does for beer, but you'd think they'd have like cider everywhere. But they don't. Well, yeah, it says, I think when people use the word arcade, they're using it. You know, they're using it in certain ways. Put the dampener down to. Just set my wheel settings up here. I don't think you guys can see this. No. You'll notice I put my OMP wheel back on the Fanatec. Hello, JK. Jack, you have to get up tomorrow. Oh, nice one. Well done, man. Yeah, I don't drink alcohol anymore, so I would totally brew cider. I think cider's harder to make than beer. Nice cider is, I think. Maybe that shouldn't be too bad. I've made my own elderberry wine before. Just get my wheel settings here, guys. Bear with me. Yeah. Oh, JK, you're on my Instagram, yeah. Yeah, guys, follow me on Instagram. Gamermuscle Instagram. I try and post on there because it doesn't take any effort, so I try and put more pictures on it. Hey, Breezy Tosh, I'm alright, thanks. So why are you, Chili Dog, why are you awake, man? It's not... Oh, I guess you're an hour ahead. Oh, you're 1 hour ahead in France. And I'd quite like to be in France right now. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I see. Okay. Me being stupid there. Weird wheel settings here. And my volume level's all good here. Hopefully everything sounds alright. Got things to do. It's a weekend. Got to look after the kids. Do you just have the one kid? I thought you had like two. You got like a son and a daughter. Turn all this stuff off here. You're off the drink too. That's why you wake up at 8:15. I would drink. I quite like feeling a little bit drunk. Well, you know, I like trying different things, but it just doesn't agree with me. But as you say, I used to make my own wine and stuff, so that's. I'm not a big fan of going out drinking, but I like making my own drinks. 2 kids. Okay, I need to get a tearaway on here. Race starts... Hang on, the race should be starting. 15. Ah, no. Is it not working? Oh, there we go. Session you registered for. Join that. Perfect. You'll catch up with me later. Head to bed. Okay, nice one. Have a good night's sleep, man.
Sleep well. For 1 billion years, he fell asleep, and the universe died a heat death. Jack Harrison was never seen again.
There you go. This is a bedtime story. Nicholas C. I'm in Cali. Ah, I'd be up for that. 12:15 over here. What time is it for you? It's 8:15. Hello, random call sign. Who's this? Random call sign.
Hello, random call sign. This is the police. You need to evict your premises. Your house acquisition has been deemed illegal. Exit your house.
Ah, sorry about that. No new house for you. The police. Hello, original Simstig. Where's the tearaway? I can never find this. I'm a tearaway. Ignition. Tear off visor. Tear off visor. Melbourne lockdown. Don't worry, we're going back into lockdown in the UK, maybe. Who would have thought opening all the pubs and stuff and encouraging people to go out drinking would force an additional lockdown, almost negating the point of the first one. Who would have thought? Who?
Everybody!
I don't know what voice that was. Obvious hamster voice. You had an earthquake. I did have to pay for my voice changer. It's the Go XLR. It was how much was it? I think it was like 250 quid. Totally worth it. You know, it actually is. Not even for the voice changer. It's a good bit of equipment. Right, what else do I need to set before we go racing it? Oh, the tarmac looks nice. Jesus, that's how much I spent on it. It's one of those things I ordered and didn't look at the price because I was like, it's for work. Stalled. No, it was definitely worth getting. I wish I got one sooner. It's the same. Well, you know, it is what it is, JK. I'm not going to go into physics in this stream. So the road tarmac looks nice. Okay, right, straight to quali. There we go. Ruth Ginsburg. That's terrible. Isn't that? I think I saw someone post. I don't know who it is. Oh yeah, is the C3PO voice or the R2D2 thing? I don't know. As the physics. You know. PS4 dead man. Harhead, what's shaking? Hey man. Dab emoji. I don't know if anything's changed. Whoop, beep, 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 beep. I don't know. R2D2 was all voiced by a person, not a synthesizer. Will we be getting iRacing Force Feedback joystick video? It wouldn't work, I don't think. You might be able to do it. I don't think you can, though. Sam Posey. Oh, there we go. I really like my OMP wheel rim. I hadn't used it for a long time. Now I've got that Fanatec WRC wheel rim. Thought, oh, I can use that for an Alcantara. Ah. I don't know these. You know, everyone's dying at the moment. Just how it is. Haggerty. Do Haggerty make steering wheels? Do you know what, I do. I really like Lime Rock Park. I don't know. Where is this track located? I'd really like to visit this in real life. So it's a simple track, but it's a nice. Simple but nice. Might turn the tyre skid sounds up here. It's in Lime Rock Park. Ah, thank you. Thanks, Ricardo. Ricardo. How does it make you feel that your name is pronounced with a or is it not? Is that how the Dutch say your name? Whoa, Jesus! This corner would be terrifying in real life. There. Yeah, it would be scary. Well, you say... Thing is, in real life, cars feel like they have infinite grip. So, yeah, I mean... it'd be scary to do a race regardless, because you watch the real life accidents, there's quite a few, and they're normally pretty mental. I'm slow. I'm out of touch with the old iRacing feel. We'll get into it. Are we talking about politics? Can we not? It's the morning. I mean, I am up for a political debate most times, but I don't care right now. Well, you know, I wouldn't mind talking about it, but you know, everyone gets some people get super agitated in chat, and then it's like some people can't have a political conversation without getting riled up. I'm normally up for it. Hammer. Yeah, hammer. I really want a t-shirt that says hammer on it because it's a really weird, funny German expression. They're all wrong. Yeah, well, everyone knows it's only me that's right. Everyone's wrong except for me. I don't even have an opinion. What's my opinion? I don't know. Eat apple pies. I'll show you guys my apple pies. You ready for this? Absolutely amazing. If you live in the UK, it is apple picking. Well, it's almost over, but there should still be apples on your trees if you live in the southeast of England. Here's my little apple pie. I made like 6 mini apple pies and enough filling for a big apple. I've got enough left over for a big apple pie, and It looks like a mince pie. And I got enough... and I had some for apple sauce. I didn't realise how easy it was to make apple pies. I always thought it was more complicated. You just add sugar and cinnamon and you cook it a bit with some water. And then you put it in a pie. Or you just make a pie crust. And you've got a bloody amazing pies. So I highly recommend apple pies. Yeah, with custard. Though this is short crust pastry. This is short crust pastry. And come on, camera. Focus on the pie. There it is. So that's short crust pastry. Now I prefer, so it's the kind of like pastry that a pie, like a pork pie or whatever, would be made out of. It's quite nice with apple pies. It is quite crispy, but I prefer, you know, the pastry that you use for mince pie, like Christmas mince pie, or like shortbread. It's not called short pastry though. I don't know what it's called. But you know what I mean? You know shortbread, like butter, sugar, flour. That's kind of how you make all pastries. Doesn't really help. You know what I mean? Like like a biscuity kind of pie. I think that kind of pastry with less sugar in it, because the filling is so sweet. You don't need like the sweet pastry. It's not puff pastry. Puff pastry is another type of pastry again. I've not done a rap video lately, no. Yeah, so apple pie filling is quite sweet. Am I bulking? No, I'm just morbidly obese, Ryan. Are you bulking? Virgilio Neves, only need the base. So whatever Formula V2. Are you talking about? We've got 4 conversations going on at the same time here. I don't know what you're talking about, man. If you're buying a Fanatec base, use my affiliate link. That's all you need to know. Sweet short crust pastry. But I don't want to make it too sweet. So I'll do that next time. You make that kind of pastries the same as how you make shortbread. You just roll it out thinner, and I think it's got a tiny bit more butter than shortbread. Usual Gorgie, bye bye. Bye bye, fat man. How's it going? Welcome back, John O'Pono, by the way. I like your logo. Use my Amazon link for my Soviet shaver. My shaver's actually down. It should be here. Oh, it's on my desk. My hair shaver. It has a USB port charger, so I plug it into my PC to charge. Well, make your own cherry pie. I actually, so when I was out picking apples for my apple pie, I found a cherry tree. So next year, I'm going cherry picking. I have to say, Kent in the UK is really good for wild fruit. Much better than the northeast. In the northeast, it's like blackberries and elderberries. All right, Nicholas C. Night, night, man. Yo, I don't need to use 2 microphones now. We can just... Hello? Hello? Can you hear me clearly?
Absolutely.
Sorte, pull up.
Is it clear? I don't know if they can hear me clearly.
Hola!
Right. We've got the Spanish battle here. I think we're good. I think that's all good. Rhubarb and apple pie. Yeah, you can't go wrong. If you could probably put anything in a pie and it'll taste pretty good, to be honest. What, Jack Harrison? What are you talking about? Why were you political debate? You're talking to yourself. Right, grid up here. I don't know if we're set up correctly, but I can't remember if this is. It's not rolling start, is it? We're just straight in.
Green flag, green flag.
I saw your picture. Oh, he got a way better start than me.
You're in the middle, 3 wide. Clear, 2 wide. Clear, 2 wide.
I never bother with a rice cooker. I'm tempted to get one, but I also, my kitchen is very small, so. Oh dear, we got some laggers. Whoa! Houston, we've got a problem. Does it sing a song after the rice is cooked? Jesus Christ. Put in a pot. Yeah, it depends how much rice you have, though. The timer thing can be quite handy. Like, I would agree with you. But then, bloody penis. Oh, well, that's not fair, is it? I had to, because he kept rolling away, so I had to then stop. Total. What did I? Oh, Christ almighty. Whoa, that was close. Why did I get penalised for that?
Matar coche, me cago en Dios.
Christ, calm down, Bob.
Car right. Clear.
So what we always say, microwave rice. So we're talking about, why not microwave rice? Rice cookers. Can you microwave rice? I think you can. Yeah, if you eat rice all the time, a rice cooker's quite good, but... We need to get the data on the screen here so I can... Not move my keyboard. You ever move anything on your sim rig, it totally throws you off when you like try and reach out for it and it's in a different location. The worst is if you ever remove your shifter and you move it you move it from the left to the right, or you move it and you're like waving your hand in the air. Well, I'm pretty sure your rice cooker can cook anything that typically requires a certain amount of heat for a prolonged period of time. It's miraculous how heating works. Bet your rice cooker can't barbecue a steak, though. It could boil a steak. There we go. Getting up to pace here. Yeah, you could. Well, exactly. That's why I said you could. I mean, that's what boiling is. Oh, Christ. Okay. Little bit rusty. So I was messing around in AC the other day, and I definitely found moving the field of view a bit lower and moving the camera even further forwards than I typically used to definitely helps to make the track feel more realistically hilly and cambered. Makes the camber in 2D. In VR, obviously, it fixes it naturally, but it's weird how video games tend to make tracks look rather flat. Alright, Jack, sleep well, man. Well, I'd imagine, yeah, if I'd had some nice rice, cooked properly, I would probably drive a little bit better. My posture would still be terrible though. I might recline my seat a little bit. I don't like pulled pork. It was too salty. It's a bit better. Oh God. My brake sensitivity is too high. Well, a rice cooker is just a slow cooker. That's essentially. That's why. I actually do have a slow cooker. Should I cook rice in my slow cooker? Oh, jeez. He's not going to shut up, is he? I bet you'd take the rice cooker to bed with you, random. Do you douse your genitalia in your rice cooker at a perfect 60 degrees centigrade? Skip Barber. Oh, here we go, getting a bit faster. Hello, Hunter Driver. Getting back into the iRacing Skippy flow. Hello, Darth Sky. How's it going, man? Bloody hell. He's not happy going into, like... I think I just need to turn the brake sensitivity down. For some reason, this car's well, it's iRacing's actually just got very sensitive brakes by default. I forgot about that. So we need to adjust that. Antoine, you should just not do any work. Easily digestible YouTube content. I am the pre-chewed content that you're looking for. The content on this channel is like that of the food regurgitated by a seagull for its chicks. Pre-boiled. Alright, Joel. Have a good night, man. Woo! Oh, it's James Andrew! The fearless Rusk of YouTube channels. You know, I don't know what I'd describe this channel as. Probably the least likely YouTube channel to produce a sustainable living. That's my goal. I don't even know what happened with this channel. I don't know how it happened. What happened? I don't know how I became a YouTuber. What went on? I don't even remember anything. Years of making videos has caused irreparable brain damage. Whoa. Oh yes, that is true. I did that Killed You With a Wheel video, and that's when I was like, oh, you can get views if you act like a tit on the internet. If I'd never made that video, yeah, I probably wouldn't have done it if I hadn't made that video. So this whole channel is owed to Logitech and Counter-Strike Go. At least I got something out of Counter-Strike. Pays back my 2,000 hours of playing it. Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about Le Mans. Doesn't that start at like 2 p.m? Do you like Le Mans? I believe I forgot that. Does it start at 2? It normally starts at like 1 or 2 p.m. I don't know. They change it. They keep shifting the time around. It's definitely worth watching the start. Yeah, around. It is always around 2 p.m. Was it random call sign? You still there? Was it last year? You came to mine, and Le Mans was on. Was it Le Mans that was on? What did you come over? Oh, you bought my K2 cockpit off me, didn't you? It can't have been last year. It must have been the year before. Like it must have been like 2 years ago, because when Simracing Expo was in September, wasn't it, last year? So it was the year before that. So it was like 2 years ago. Jesus Christ, time goes so quickly. You blink and you're a granddad. Mono Lord. Good plan. Time goes slow if you do lots of stuff. But I've done absolutely nothing this year, so I don't remember anything. Nothing's happened this year. The year that never happened, 2020. Oh well. This year was good though. I've watched 1 to 5 seasons of Stargate. That was good. And I watched... I just... last week I watched Breaking Bad in full again. I quite enjoyed it actually. Forgot how good Breaking Bad was. I'd already seen it before. You can actually, if you hadn't seen it for like 5 or 6 years, you can actually re-watch Breaking Bad and still enjoy it. Normally for linear story programs, it's hard to re-watch stuff that's, you know what's going to happen, so there's no plot twist and it makes it boring. But Breaking Bad's actually quite nicely filmed and edited, so still enjoy it. Ocean Spray. Wow, you kind of the opposite for me. Fanatec undrained my bank account. So, yeah, I'm part of the Fanatec shill machine, so all the YouTubers have enjoyed that. Everyone else is not. Yeah, WRC wheel's quite nice. Yeah, Better Call Saul's good, but I'm finding it's dragging a little bit. But then next season's the last season of it, so I felt like the first 2 or 3 seasons were awesome, whereas him and his brother and that whole story. I don't know. I just wanted to see more with the bold hitman guy. I wanted to see more of him. I felt like it's a little bit drawn out, but it's finishing next season, so it's good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think it's always generally it's better to start watching something when it's already finished, and then you know you don't. You know it's either good or bad, and then you can just get into it, But yeah, Better Call Saul is actually quite good. I don't think the next season's coming out till next year or something. Final season. Game of Thrones, yeah. Well, that's a perfect example. I got into Game of Thrones, really enjoyed it, and the last 2 or 3 seasons were so god awful. It's like, oh my god. If I'd have known, I wouldn't have. The first 3 seasons are amazing. Oh well. That's true. So yeah, Andrew, see, when I first watched Breaking Bad, I found that as well. But weirdly, the second time I watched it, I didn't feel that. I think what it is, I think the reason why Breaking Bad dragged first time I watched it is that it sets up certain plots and certain expectations. So as a viewer, you're focused on those, what's going to happen, you know. Oh, is this going to happen? Is that going to be resolved? More than necessarily the goings on or the subplots or whatever's happening in the scenes, if that makes sense. So it can really drag in the sense that they've set something up you want to know the answer to, but it doesn't get answered, which is really annoying. So the second time you watch it, it's like, well, you know what's going to happen, so you're not invested in that specific thing being resolved. So I think that's why it actually didn't feel like it dragged the second time watching it. But yeah, I tell you what though, rewatching Breaking Bad. What? Why is the game stuttering? Rewatching Breaking Bad, and so there's this whole thing about his wife, and people saying, oh, you know, she was trapped and he abused her, and that's why, you know. But his wife is actually a total useless hypocrite. Like, his wife is just as bad as him. And she's not a victim at all, because she actually sets things up in it. She actually makes it worse, gets involved in it, and then benefits from it. So she's actually, and also, right, if she wasn't always sarcastic, and she actually communicated clearly and wasn't such a passive-aggressive munch, I doubt he would have gone on the whole drug-making thing anyway. So I blame everything on his wife. But people are like, oh, you know, if you watch it again, you're like, oh, you know, he tricked her and everything because he manipulates people. And he does manipulate everyone. But his wife is still mental and an enabler as well. And really, he does manipulate her a bit, but he doesn't like, she manipulates him as well. So there you go, that's my take on Breaking Bad. If you've not seen it, guys, really enjoyable to watch. Vinland Saga. My brake pedal's so sensitive. Well, you know what? It's a shame I got caught in that accident at the start. Hello, Rock Doc. I feel like I'm getting up to pace now. If I didn't have that accident, we would have been with the runners. Well, it wasn't even my accident, was it? Someone span in front of us. So what are you guys doing this weekend? Anybody, I don't know, going somewhere exciting? Partying? So I plan to be trapped in my sim rig. You're packing. Oh man, I hate moving house. I'm not looking forward to moving house again. You need to just be rich enough that you can pay someone to do all the packing and everything. Still in lockdown? Is that you? Did you say you were in Melbourne, Ocean Spray? Can you not go outside? Like, to what extent are you locked down? You go for a walk on the beach or anything?
5 laps to go.
Up to 2 hours. They time you. That's all right. 2 hours a day is not too bad. Could be worse. That's okay. I mean, you are in Australia. That's good. Apart from everyone talking with funny voices, nice country. You can have you can get those pineapple chunks. Nick Gaboo, Melbourne as well. Welcome along. John O'Pono. Due to the house move, you put your rig in the garage. I never put the rig in the garage. The rig should be the last thing you take down. You should just leave the rig up. Leave it assembled and then put wheels on it. I remember when I was a student and I went to university in Middlesbrough and we'd moved house, but we'd moved to a house that was only like half a mile away. So we wouldn't hire a van, we'd just carry everything from one house to the other. Like just put everything on, on office chairs and wheel it through the town. It's pretty funny. That's how you move house. One time I got locked out of my bedroom, so we stole a ladder from a factory and then used the ladder to a huge ladder. It was like a 10-meter ladder from like a proper factory, a closed down factory, you know. So we used that to climb through the window. David John Gibbons, how's it going, man? Are you still living in the house with the curtains? Your in-betweener's house? Your JS Bloor estate?
2 more, let's go.
Barrett, your Barrett home. Who else makes those homes? Who makes those 90s red brick generic UK houses? Barrett, Bloor. Oh, nice. Make sure you got some insulation. Whoa, smooth it out. One more lap to go. So what are you up to, David John Gibbons? Sir David John the Gibbon. Final lap. Taylor Wimpery, hello Stuart. Is it a double garage or a single garage? Where one of the houses I grew up in had a separate double garage. It's actually really big, the garage. Surprisingly good garage. Given how that, I mean, it wasn't a small house, it wasn't like a massive house. It's kind of weird to have a completely separate building for a garage. Like a very kind of weirdly inefficient use of the land, given how much land costs in the UK. Alright, nice. Oh, so are the rooms in front and behind each other? Because garages are quite long normally, because they typically have enough room for a car plus a bit of storage space. Well, that was that was a terrible race, but it wasn't really my fault, that race. I need to do testing. I just need people to not crash in front of me. Let's have a look here. Welcome along, everybody, by the way. Click the like button. Bloody hell. I need to put some shorts on it. It's cooking in there. Right, what's happening here? Indy Pro 2000 Championship. I might do the next Skippy race because I want to get a good result in it. So I think I'll do that. I'll register up to it. This is good. That's a lot better than the previous UI. Yeah, I mean, this new UI is not intuitive. I'm not sure. I'm my verdict out on if it's bad or good or bad, but it's certainly not intuitive. But it does seem to have all the options there. Darth Sky, welcome. Lewis Bloomfield. Jesus, I'm not Jesus. Easy mistake to make, but if you look closely, if you look at Jesus very closely, or the pictures of him, which were obviously based off photographs, if you look at pictures of Jesus, you'll notice he has quite long hair, whereas I actually don't have any hair. So, when you pay attention to these subtle details, you know, you can use detective skills, and yeah, I'm indeed not Jesus, but yeah, you can make that mistake. I can't blame you for it. I didn't mind the old UI too much, to be honest. Certain aspects of it were silly, but other aspects of it were okay. You get used to it. I think the display on the old UI, where you can see the timetable thing, was quite a nice way of displaying things as a method to display what's coming up. But the way it worked wasn't good, but the layout of it was okay. Oh man, apple pie, guys. I'm gonna be morbidly obese from my homemade apple pie. Am I registered? You were eligible to join. I'm confused here. Oh, I have to click here. 9:15. That's right. I have an idea, Gamer Muscle. Come to my new house someday. You can't bake an apple pie in the rice. Jesus Christ, random call sign. You and your sodding rice cooker.
You are not allowed to make rice. Rice cooker. Rice cooker, man. No.
No rice cooking for you. You will not use your rice cooker for evil deeds. You have been found guilty of rice cooker making.
I don't know, that's quite a fun voice, that.
You will not misuse your rice cooker.
It's changing the pitch.
Everything will be in this single pitch. Exterminate. Exterminate! Exterminate!
Oh, I see what's going on. It's moving it all to a single pitch. How did Dalek sound?
Exterminate. Execute Order 4466. Humanity needs to be removed from the planet.
We're registered up here. Join, right.
You have disobeyed the command and will be sent into the Combine Crusher machine. I smoked too many cigarettes, and now I have had to have my voice box replaced.
We can go high pitch. Hello.
didn't even know this was an option. Could have put an echo on it as well. Welcome to my planet! You will give me all your secrets! Humanity will be destroyed at all costs! We demand you hand over your planetary resources!
Ah, £250 well spent, guys. How does Baby Yoda sound?
I was willing to be real.
What's this? I can change my gender with this, apparently. Hello, this is me normally, and then we can go more.
More masculine. Oh, I don't know. Is that more masculine or feminine?
I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. More masculine. I'm now a proper man. Although I sound a bit like a gold. Shova. Cree.
You need to do the dishes.
Sounds like Chili Dog's wife.
Chili dog, you very naughty boy.
Arnold, is that you? We need to be driving and get distracted with audio, as always. Squinting, squirting over your keyboard. I don't want to know what you're doing over your keyboard. Hope you've got a waterproof keyboard there. Right. Right, we're good. We're good. Good to win this. I need to put my car skin back on. Gold.
Shova Cree.
Yeah, we need more Stargate. Apparently there's meant to be another Stargate series in the works at the moment. Take the knee. Take the knee. Can't do it.
Take the knee.
Just goes robotic. Oh well, too much of that. Should we give them a bit of race commentary in the race, see if it's anything? Maybe they'll enjoy it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Lime Rock Park.
GMM finally replacing my WOD and Simrig. Is the K2 still the way to go if you're on a budget?
The most boring track in the season.
777 Octovigintillion,
Thomas Smith.
777
I've been smitted.
Septonvigintillion, 777 Sesvigintillion, 777
Hang on, I'm going to put a teacup on the screen. Yeah, K2 cockpit.
777 Quatuorvigintillion, 777 Tresvigintillion, 777 Duovigintillion, 777 Unvigintillion, 777 Vidrintillion, 777 Novemdecillion, 777 Octodecillion, 777 Septendecillion, 777 Sexdecillion, 777 Quindecillion, 777 Quatuordecillion, 777 Tridecillion, 777
Thanks for this donation.
Duodecillion, 777
Bloody hell, this is a bit. I'm trying to get a teapot. Teacup image.
777 Nonillion, 777 Octillion,
It's fresh air.
777 Septillion, 777 Sextillion, 777 Quintillion, 777 Quadrillion, 777 Trillion, 777 Billion, 777 Million,
777, 707.
777, 707, 7 billion, no million, 777, sextillion, 777.
This keeps going up forever. Ah, Christ.
77 tridecillion 777 duodecillion
Decillion.
777 undecillion 777
Can we have some sevens in chat, guys?
77 nonillion 777 octillion 777.
There we go. I'm putting a teapot on a teacup on the screen for every donation.
777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion
777, 777 billion.
77 million 777,777 penis.
Oh, that's a lot of penis. Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation there. You know, it would have been a little bit nicer without the numbers, but you sent me money, so I can't complain. Thank you very much, Thomas. Yes, so what the question? Yeah. There we go, there's a teacup. That'll do, won't it? Definitely. K2 cockpit, I think, as far as I'm aware. Where should I put the teacup? Put it down here. Every donation, I want to put a teacup on the screen. Should I put it down here? Spiffing, thank you. I could do it. I need to make a nice graphic there. Appreciate the cup of tea there, Thomas. That was like a Starbucks cup of tea. $4, €4. for 7 injection attack. Yeah, I don't know of any other rigs on the market now that are actually better than a K2 cockpit for the price. And they've also updated their cockpit as well. Oh, by the way, guys, whilst we're here, would you guys like to see more socks? Check this out. Look at these ones. Oh, no, it's too bright for my sock cam. You can't see my socks clearly. These are awesome socks. Amazon socks. Oh, brake pressure needs to be changed. Yeah, I can move Colin. What do you think of the camera angle? You happy with this? I think people were meeting me in real life, and they were all like, "Oh, we thought you were smaller," because I had the camera up high all the time, so they'd only ever see me from that angle. And they're like, "Oh,
what is the motive behind this demand?
Oh,
Necessity.
Nick.
Necessity for money.
Graboo.
I'm not supplying money for necessities.
7.
See, that was nice. Appreciate that. Thank you, Nick, for the cup of tea there. Really do appreciate it. Oh, they've upped the price. Can't really blame them. Nick Graboa. Graboa. Is that how you say it? Graboa. Options. Right, we're going to do brake sensitivity by cheating it. Oh. I like cheating these things a bit. I think that's better. Yeah, it's less sensitive. Normally what I do is I have a bit of leeway on the edge of the end of the throttle so that it's applying 100% throttle before it actually hits the stopper, because that way you know if you're on the stopper you're definitely at 100% throttle. And what you tend to find is that with Skippy it's so slow it doesn't really make any difference, but with like anything that's fast where you need to balance the throttle to stop rear slip, you tend to normally be balancing it around that last night, around about 85-90%. Grabo. Like you just hurt yourself mid-word. Grab-ow! Grab-ow. Okay. Grab-ow. Is that because, like, when your parents were naming you, a black widow fell from the ceiling and bit them? That would explain a lot of things. Oh. Can you not get this to be exactly 9? Oh, no. Oh, come on. Okay, well, whatever. And those of you with obsessive compulsive, it's going to trigger you. Common Australian occurrence. Yeah, well, you know, we've got in Kent, where I am, we have false widows, which are like black widows, but they don't kill you. They look the same, though. That pretty much sums up British wildlife. It will bite you, but it'll just be mildly irritating. Life in the UK, everything in the UK is basically exactly the same as Australia, but just mildly irritating. A divorcee spider. Oh yeah, guys. Follow my Instagram as well, or don't. You know, it's entirely up to you. I mean, I wouldn't. It's part of Facebook, but I'm on it. So if you'd like your data being compromised as well, you can join it. And I just put my phone here. Yeah, join me on Instagram to help me build my online social media presence. My Instagram's pretty good. I mean, I don't know if I'm not sure what I think about Instagram. I only follow friends on Instagram, so I don't follow anything that's annoying. So actually, I don't mind Instagram. It's not like TikTok or whatever. I get weird adverts on it, but it don't bother me. Anyway, yeah, follow me on Instagram. No, little random call sign. If you mention your rice cooker one more time, I'm going to shove it up your... Ocean spray. My dad stubbed his toe whilst naming me, so my name is Griffin. Are you sure he wasn't typing in his bank number into a website? Turn up the music. Do you want me to sing along to it as well? Antoine Piton. He's the Antoine Piton. Antoine Piton. He likes guns and Asian girls. Antoine Piton. He lives with a gun. Antoine Piton. He wants a rice cooker to cook his dinner with. Antoine Piton. What are you doing today, Antoine? There you go, there was your song for you. Right, we're all set up and good here. I can't get my seating position. Right. Getting the rice cooker out now. Bloody hell. Your co-workers are listening.
I do not give you permission to laugh at this content. This is a very serious channel. How dare you listen in? Get back to work.
I hope that message was received loud and clear. These are field gloves. Did you like that? It was almost an advert, but I don't have an affiliate link, so don't buy them. Only buy stuff that I've got affiliate links for. Waste your money on stuff that I'd have affiliate links for. Now they are quite good. Well, I like them. I've been using them. They work well, actually. They work good on both Alcantara and leather wheels, whereas I found my Abruzzi gloves don't work so well on leather. They're a bit slippy on leather, but the Abruzzi gloves are alright on Alcantara. Alcantara. I think you're making stories up, Antoine. I don't trust anything on the internet now. Oh, yo. Well, I've warmed up the front of my car successfully. Now there goes the wheel.
You've got some damage. Let's get that fixed.
No, do you think? Do you think I've got a bit of damage? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I do. I think he's exaggerating. Okay. Race starting in a minute. A good musician, Matariki Muppets. A good musician named Alcantara. Ah, yes. He'll buff out. Hello, Rick B66. Morning, mate. Good day, mate. From California, 1 in the morning. How's it going? It's all right. It's pretty nice and chill today, to be honest. Yeah, doing all right. Just taking it easy. Just removing my ankles. They've added more details to this car in the front. Oh, because they updated the car model, didn't they? Like 6 months ago. Kevin K, I'm all right, thanks. Welcome along, man. Yeah, no, I really want to try Race Room again. Actually, that DTM update looked like it'd be pretty good fun. Just occurred to me. Okay. Oh, that was meant to be my practice. Gone. Daniel Johnson, off topic. WRC9, did your force feedback work? Yes, it did. No force feedback at all. That's. Have you updated your drivers? Maybe that's the problem. It definitely worked for me because I made quite a few. I made like 3 or 4 videos on it. 4:15 a.m. in Canada. I'm jealous of you guys. I'm jealous of all of you that aren't in that are in nice countries. I mean, the UK is not terrible. I don't mind the UK, but I would like to go to Canada. I'll be up for that. Be up for Australia. I like Canadian accent. All the Stargate actors are Canadian. Actually, they're like American, but they did all the filming in Canada. Would be great to see you try Race Room. Never tried it, and intrigued your thoughts. I quite like Race Room. The content's split up all over the place, but I quite enjoy it. It's a little bit dated graphically, but it's fine. It operates quite nice. It's pretty good. Aussie accents. Well, I don't know. Everything they say sounds like a bloody question. Everything they say sounds like a question. Is it raining outside? Or is it sunny outside? I'm going to play some iRacing. I like to drink a cup of tea. Going to put a roux on the barbecue. Yeah, nah. Yeah, no, yeah. Australians. They don't make any sense. They're mad people. Yeah, no, I think I'm just jealous of their beaches, really, and nice weather. Fires. Say Australians have what they call pineapple chunks, and they're very well. That's New Zealand, but they have them in Australia as well. They're really good. What have I been up to? I've just been, I've just been a little bit unwell. I've been just getting hammered. But yeah, no, I'm all right. That's what I've been up to. In terms of games, to be honest, I've just been playing Counter-Strike and Rocket League. And Flight Sim as well. For the last week or so, this last sort of 2 months, apart from the Flight Sim videos, and we did a few live streams. Mostly just been watching Netflix and sleeping. To be honest, hard life. No, I'm not going to get a 3090. No, I don't think I'll get one. I don't think there's enough of a... I'll see what the benchmarks are. Rick B6, your flight sims have been fantastic. Oh, sorry for making you buy it. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I've been enjoying playing... I was playing it the other day, actually, with my force feedback joystick. It's really fun with the force feedback joystick. It's a shame that it's so expensive. Okay, let's qualify here. Cold ties to start with, so remember that. Oh, we should be able to get an okay quality result here. Super Melon PL. Thank you. Ranga, is the Logitech G29 a good starting iRacing? No. Yeah, no, it's actually good. Yeah, Logitech G29, perfectly fine. Good bit of kit. The Logitech wheels are the best starter wheels. If you're like, oh, what's the cheapest good wheel you can get? I mean, you can get, like, T150, but something that's good enough that you could keep forever, basically. G29's the way to go. Very good bit of equipment. Very good value for money. So I like them. Big fan of them myself. I like your icon, by the way, with the monkey there. Here we go. Here comes your first time lap. Here comes your cold tyres with no grip. Yeah, it's like I'm driving on snow. Snow driving. Santa Claus would love the skip barber. It's probably what he uses to deliver his presents. It's got a nice open cockpit so you can just grab your presents and throw them at children. I'm using my own OMP Tricento with the Fanatec Universal Hub. It is a 280mm wheel rim though, I believe. I think it is. Yeah, I think it's 270. 270 or 280. It's something thereabouts, which I quite like. I find 300, 350 too big, those sizes. I prefer smaller ones. I think it's 280 because I wanted like a 250mm one for like smaller cars. Well, I haven't got around to getting it. Bloody hell, I just ploughed that. I don't know, Erwin. I need to get trading paints back on. I think it's broken. Should reinstall it. I haven't played iRacing for ages. Try and semi-concentrate through this lap. Yeah, 250 is more like go-kart size. Ah, jeez. Well, looks like we're starting at the back, guys. I thought the back would grip. Maybe we should have run a little bit higher force feedback. I probably would have felt that. What a fail. Jeez, sponsorship lost. A set of Corsa, it's amazing, yeah. The first AC. ACC is alright, it's not bad value for money. Good fun. Don't lift until you see God.
You will never lift. You will drive at full pace with your foot on the throttle entirety through the lap. Or I will send you to hell. where you will be welcomed by the devil himself.
Well, that's motivation to drive quickly, if there was any motivation there. Door Ducky, unfortunately, with having an Xbox and all, I have his ACC.
You will go and buy a computer right this second.
Well, that's it, Door Ducky. Satan's telling you to buy a PC.
You will not be a peasant and play on games consoles. What kind of sim racing experience do you intend to have, you foolish child?
Do you want me to do a better evil laughter? Okay, it wasn't very good, was it? I try. Satan laughter. No, I'm never going to be an actor. I did get an A in GCSE drama, so that's something. That's good enough for me. Without an echo, it doesn't work.
This doesn't echo.
No, still not very good at the old evil laughter. Yeah, I mean, on Xbox, all you really have is Project Cars 2 and ACC. I wonder, I mean, I do hope with the new games consoles, I do hope that there are more Sims come out for them. I mean, I know there's some stuff in development that I don't know they're coming out of the consoles, but moving forwards, you know, people want to make games, and I do know there's like a there are companies that are aware of the importance of having decent physics, and so, like, for example, Forza 7 physics aren't good enough. Same as, you know, Codemasters as well have said, you know, F1 2020, the physics aren't good enough for, like, the top, you know, for, like, proper esports stuff. I mean, it's fine, it is what it is. But you know what I mean? They want to maybe do something a bit more realistic. So, moving forwards, I think there probably will be more Sims coming to console. That's a video I'll make. It's got physics, they're not necessarily realistic. I mean, some might say using the handbrake to turn around every corner to go faster is unrealistic. I mean, I'm not here to I'm not here to judge. Yeah, F1 2020, it's just it's weird. It's not annoying like the old F1 games, at least. Particularly, I mean, it could be better. There are some aspects to it that are a bit weird, but I think Sony are going to release a separate VR headset, you know, next year or the year after. I think that's the way things are going with VR. If a company said exactly, Erwin, exactly, trust everyone. That's what I say. Everyone tells the truth. Nobody lies these days. You know, politicians never lie. News never lies. Big corporations with lots of money to lose, they never lie. I haven't played it that much, Rick. I've enjoyed it. I've only played the release version for like an hour. I played the pre-release beta and stuff, which I think it's very similar to release version, for a few hours. I enjoyed it. I didn't really play for the single player. I just did one-off races. I enjoyed it. But yeah, I've not really gotten into it. I haven't been too like. I've just been lying on the sofa. I haven't been in the sim rig. So yeah, no, I think it's a good game though. It's a shame it's on Epic Store, but you know. Liam Cunningham. Oh, hang on. Let me do a commentary here for people in the race. 1, 2. There we go. Give them a bit less echo. But...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Lime Rock Park. We have some truly talented drivers today in this race. If we look at the qualifying results, you'll see that we have Dario Fretanini on the grid in pole position. Will he carry that through to the end of the race? That's yet to be determined, but we'll find out after T1 and all the cars go flying into the trees. Jose Luis Mella, 3 Namer in second place. Oscar Chinchilla, watch out, he's come out of the tree like a mammal that's small and out of control. In third place, Tim Morris in fourth, and Vladi Kopik in fifth place. Wow, this is going to be a total spectacular. Good luck to everybody. Use the brake pedal. Off we go.
Right, there we go. That was nice, wasn't it? That got everyone into the spirit. Starting in 14th here. Hello, Vic. Round the outside. What could go wrong? Everything could go wrong. Brakes a little bit better, a little bit less sensitive. Whoa, let's not lose our nose cone. Oh, he's going for a move like a lunatic. Lucky I backed out of that. Because he wasn't going to move and we were going to hit him. Brakes still a bit. Whoa, he's gone. He's gone. 2 down. Oh, we didn't need to make the move in the end. Get in there. So, one of my bad habits is I turn and trail brake too early, so I lose about 10% of my braking potential. If you're turning, it puts load on the outside wheels, obviously, and so you then don't have as much grip to play with when it comes to braking. Let's reduce the volume of them. Moving on up. Does anyone in chat want to join us in iRacing? Oh, I'm getting back into the skippy here. Outside move. Use the grass. Robert Kubica star, guys. He's not seen me. I'm going to back out of that. I mean, maybe he had seen me, but he was just trying to kill me. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell in iRacing. Whoa, were you? Jesus Christ. He was lucky that he didn't netcode that guy in front there. You can't find an Asian wife. That's a bit... Maybe you should broaden your horizons. I mean... There's attractive women of all nationalities and ethnicities. Don't lock yourself down to one specific thing. Oh, why would you put your brakes on, you tit? You tithead. Why put your brakes on like he was going to go one way or the other? And then he just put his brakes on, so he just stayed in front. It did not help. It's really hard to work out what people do. Might have got away with only a little bit of damage there. You bugger. David Purcell. Pressel. It does stop spinning, but... Oh. If you're spinning off the track out of the way of everyone, then that's probably better than stopping right side on in a way that the car behind can't avoid it. I think I've lost my nose cone here. Mammary gland. Mammary gland madness. Ah, jeez. How did he lose control? Look at this. I've got damage. My car's going at 4 miles an hour. How did he lose control where he did as well? It's not... These cars aren't... exactly powerful. God damn it. I might have to just pit. I think I do have fast repair. Just to make sure it doesn't replace anything. Okay, I can do a fast repair. I think I'll do that and then I can just get faster lap times in. I'll do one more lap. No, it definitely is slow. Jesus.
Clear.
The car does not have a speed limiter on it. 56.
That's it, go!
Stalled. It's true. I shouldn't have. I mean, what did I expect loading up iRacing? God damn it. God bloody damn it. I was probably going to go alright that race. Oh well. These things happen. I don't know. Go. I don't know how I could have avoided him really, because he didn't get on both brakes until he'd already like really late in his slide. So it wasn't like, oh, I just react to it by braking straight away, if you know what I mean. Reverse finish, yeah. I can't get banned from iRacing because I've got an event next month in it. So I can't be banned. Hello JR Simracing. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to avoid that really. If he had lost it initially and got on his brakes, I would have just got on my brakes. But at first, he was just lost control and it looked like he was going off the track, so it didn't make sense for me to brake because I'd just go in a straight line. Exactly, I never crash in AC. I'm not sure if I'm not allowed to say, I don't think. I don't think they've announced it yet, so I can't say. I'm just doing an event sometime next month. I could have, yeah. I guess that's always an option, isn't it? I could have just turned at a right angle. I could have just jumped out of my car like James Bond jumping off a moving train. That would have been good. I mean, it would have been spectacular. It would have been a show. That's what we're here for. How's it going as well, Lucas? 83. Keep it low key. I think the VR mode in this game should allow you to jump out of the cockpit, given that you've got the track in there. You should be able to jump out of your car into other people's cars. That'd be a fun game. New Marcus, hello man, how's it going? Flip shot. I read that as flip shit. I was like, okay. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, are you Australian? Because in Australia, when the cars go below the speed for the downforce, they float off. So you can just, if you see someone crashing in front of you, there's a good chance you can just drive under them. But I'm used to like Northern Hemisphere driving, so those kind of techniques don't really work for us. I'm all right. Thank you, Mr. Nuna. iRacing Critics Master Tournament. Guantanamo Bay Sim Racing. Whoever wins gets pardoned. Didn't they close Guantanamo Bay down? I mean, normally if you've got a secret prison, you want to keep it secret. Don't quite work. Doesn't quite work as a secret prison, does it? If it's not a secret anymore. It's like Area 51. Don't quite... When it was called Area 51 and it didn't have any, like, stories about it, you know, it was really good as a military plane test base because no one knew about it. It was a secret. You'll notice that the actual secret military installations, no one knows that they're secret military installations, apart from locals who are like, hang on a minute, that's a plane taking off. I've never heard take off before. Helicopter landings back in the chat. Hello. Best channel. Well, yeah, if you don't like content being released regularly, sure. Appreciate it. That's it. That's part of the conspiracy, isn't it? Area 51's made out to be the. That's what it is. It's a false flag. It's a fake conspiracy now, used to distract from their real base that's on the moon. Well, that's the irony of being a prison guard, isn't it? It's like you're still in prison. Like the prisoners are in prison non-voluntarily. A prison guard is in prison voluntarily, but they're both in prison, whichever way you look at it. I mean, one's being paid to be in prison, but still. You know what I mean? Hello, AB. Frank Zappa with his guitar. Hello. That's where COVID came from. That's it, Ocean Spray. I know it sounds like a bizarre concept, but I think that's how it works. Catching the leaders behind me. Oh, what a disaster. Hola. What is the perfect girl? I think arguably the perfect girl would not be perfect. Ow, I've just trapped my foot between my brake and my throttle. Like if someone was perfect, they'd be very annoying. Oh, he's slowed right down. DD arms. Yeah, just a DD motor. That's all you need. Throw it in. Nee. First race we had was an act. So you have to qualify in the top 6, don't you, really? It's not my fault. Yeah, imagine doing this in real life. You turn up at the track. Let's put some music on. You turn up at the track and you paid, I don't know, a skip barber race probably set you back about $1.5 grand, $2 grand or something. You've had to get there, you done quali, and then someone bins it in front of you and that's it. Race over. That would really, really suck. So, you know, at least we'd have to do that in sim racing. I haven't tried it, no. Should I give it a go? Should I buy it? I wish iRacing would give me a press account. I think I've said too many negative things about iRacing for them to do that. Should I have to pay for it like everyone else? God damn it. Can you believe that? I mean, really, I don't think YouTubers should pay for anything, to be honest. Let these guys go past. I do have an iRacing affiliate link. But it's only for new accounts. I get like $10 every time someone ruins their life and decides to sign up to iRacing. Tea's not too expensive though. I mean, I buy Lidl's Gold Blend tea. It's only like £2 for a box of it. It's pretty affordable. I do for iRacing, yeah. But I, you know. They should do, really, Frank. 3090. They should send me 2 of them in SLI. Oh, the 3090 doesn't do SLI. Yeah, they should definitely send me... I mean, you know... Obviously, everyone that watches this channel would see what graphics card I was using, and they'd be like, oh, I've got to get the same one as gamermuscle because he's such a stud. That's how it works. That's how it works with the Fanatec stuff and the SimLab cockpit. People see me using it and they're like, oh, Jesus, he must be successful with the women. I'm getting that. You know. Oh, thanks for following me on Instagram, whoever that was. Can't see your name. Appreciate the Instagram follow, though. Popped up on my phone. Natsa24. gamermuscle did build videos before Henry Cavill. That's true. I did hear that. That apparently if you want to be a YouTuber, you have to make content. You can't just disappear for a month. Again, ridiculous. I mean, you know, I've got like 7 years of YouTube content. There's plenty there for people to watch. That's almost like having an entirety of Netflix available. I'll let him pass. There we go. I can't drive. I don't think you're allowed to do that on YouTube. I wonder how long it would take to watch every video I've ever made. I mean, if you were to watch all the live streams as well, that'd give you a mental breakdown. Challenge not accepted. They use that to extract secrets out of people. They used to play Barney the Dinosaur songs on loop. Now they just put my channel on a screen. Much more efficient way of getting government secrets out of someone. I mean, I might turn the tyre skid sound up a touch. Hello, Bed Simracer. Oh, Bad Simracer. Dyslexia strikes again then. I was trying to work out what Bed Simracer was. Early bird racing. Yeah, I'm battling off the Brazilians here, I think. I'm also regretting not putting shorts on because it's really warm today. Thank you again, whoever just followed us on Instagram. Appreciate that. Well, Kevin K, I don't know. I started watching something on Netflix. It's like a police interview thing. I don't know what it was quite good though. I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically like a British police interview. drama. But it's quite fun. It's just them in a room. It's a bit silly, but the characters on it are quite nice. You gotta watch the British Netflix originals. Oh dear. Yeah, I saw that popped up. I've already seen tons of documentaries on that Challenger thing. So it'd be good if you didn't know anything about it. But I already know all about the O-rings and the engineers arguing that it was inevitable that it was going to blow up, and then them still deciding to launch, and all the communication issues and everything, and you know, kind of makes it impossible to enjoy something like that if you're already pretty queued up on it. I thought Chernobyl was quite good though, even if you're you know Chernobyl very well from documentaries. It was quite nicely dramatised, good acting, fun characters and stuff, nicely filmed as well. So I watch stuff like that when I know what happens. I'm just trying some different lines out here to see what happens. Hello, Raiders. Well, also the fireman's girlfriend is really good looking in that, so that's good as well. That helps. Nothing. I don't know. She looked Russian, but she's not, is she? I don't know if she's a British actor. But she had like a very Russian face. I thought it was more makeup. She definitely looked more kind of Germany, Russian-y. Yeah, I think they were British actors. Seems to be a lot of good British actors. I wonder why England produces good quality actors so much. Strange. Oh, nice. Well, some other people crashed out. This race has been a disaster. You seen Taboo? Oh, well, I might watch it now. She's in it. No, I try not to. The thing is, I've only been watching Netflix because I wasn't doing too well, so I don't normally. I'm either watching YouTube or no, just watching YouTube, making YouTube videos and stuff. I don't normally watch Netflix. If friends come over, I watch stuff with friends, but that's it. I feel like if I'm watching Netflix, it's just a waste of time. So I tend to, for my own personal entertainment, I tend to just watch like an episode of Star Trek in the background whilst I'm doing something else, if I've got it on. So Netflix and Friends. I'm alright today, Vic. Yeah, I don't know, it comes and goes. So, I thought I was better 2 weeks ago, but apparently I wasn't. Getting to the bottom of things. It seems to be if I do any, like, activity, like if I go kayaking or go for a jog, then then a lot of the other stuff comes back. It then takes like a week or so to get better. So I'm avoiding doing anything physical, anything that gets me out of breath, and see how that goes for a while. All whilst hopefully getting more doctor's appointments and things. But yeah, I'm all right today. So I don't know. It might be post-COVID syndrome. Could be anything. Could be bald git syndrome. Don't know. But I'm all right today, so that's all that matters. One day at a time. How do you get ill when you live in a sim rig? I still have to go shopping. Could be asbestos. Could be. I hope not. All my ceilings and stuff are covered. Yeah, no, I'm alright. I know people are a lot worse than me, and I'm in a good situation. You know, thanks to the YouTube channel, Fanatic affiliate link, and everything. I've got enough money that I don't have to worry about finances and stuff. So, people you need to feel sorry for the ones that are sick, and then maybe they get better, but maybe they can't work, and they don't know if they can go back to the job. And if they do go back to the job, and then they're like, oh, they still feel sick, and then the workplace will think that they're messing them about, but you know. So yeah. Right, that race was that was terrible. That was so bad. Bugger me. Kevin K, I made web games and mobile games and music for games. 14th, 12th place. Well, we moved up the grid, so there's that. Right, we've got to do one more, guys. We got to get a result. I just need to nail quali, really. I think that's the thing. That was all. It wasn't my fault again. That was someone lost it in front of me. It was a webcam. Well, you know, if I was a webcam girl, my transition was pretty successful. To go from woman to bold git, that is a. I must have had a good doctor. It's probably easier for women to transition to men than it is for men to transition to women. I would think. A whaler. Why not? LMP2 time. I'll tell you what. I'm going to do one more Skippy. And then we'll do that. What was I going to... Oh, yes. Forgot I got paracetamol here. Get a good doctor. Oh, good doctor or good CGI. Nvidia no hair works. Right, so let's do this one more of these. We're getting a result here. Hey, Gertrude, how's it going, man? Steve Size, hello. I'll try to, Kevin K. I should do. I know it's been really good today, to be honest. I woke up at like 3 a.m. but I'd slept like 2 days. Like I went to bed at like 4 p.m. the day before, so it was all right. Well, probably like 5 p.m. actually. They're all right actually. They're not. I don't think they're intuitive. Well, yeah, I don't think they're intuitive, but I don't. They've got the functionality there, I think, so it's okay. I think they're okay. I do miss aspects of the old menu, and I think they should just have this launched in a website if they can. Guess they wanted to move away from that. Got R-Factor 2, yeah. You can't stop driving it. If you've got a DD wheel, R-Factor 2 feels really nice in a DD wheel. I still feel in R-Factor 2 you can't drive it like you can AC in certain ways. It depends on the car. Loch Ness Monster Researcher. Oh no! It's cloudy. Vic, I wish you could use your old way as well as the new way. Yeah, I think the problem from a development perspective is it's easier for them to have everything on one. You know, you want everything as a unified solution. Otherwise, you're having to support different things, and it gets awkward. TMX Pro, you've been sim racing for ages. Get yourself a DD. Have you got a girlfriend or wife? She holding you back from getting a DD, or maybe you're just responsible with money. If you know you're going to sim race, oh, fair enough, yeah, sod that. Although saying that, 2 people I know have had babies in the last 6 months. 2 friends of mine. And it makes me want to have kids. But I don't want kids, but I do. Like, I just want a baby for like a month. And then just give them, you know, that's it. Like an hour a day. Because I know the reality of having children is absolute hell. So, you know, maybe I can I just do what I do with my friend. Normally when I meet up with friends that have kids, I end up babysitting the kids. So that does the trick there. Exactly. You know, just a cute baby for like a few hours. You know, it's good fun. It's like having a pet. See, I'd really like a pet dog or a pet cat, but I don't want one permanently, and I don't want it to die, and then, you know, all that shit that you have to put up with. so I'm just like, no. Because, you know, if you got a dog for like 10 years, well, I don't know, what's the average dog lives for 8 years? I know it's between like 4 and 12 years, whatever, but let's say it lives for 8 years. If you've had a dog for 8 years and you then have to put it down, I mean, if you've got 3 dogs, it's not too bad. But if you just have 1 dog, it's terrible. So, you know, I just have goldfish. Well, not even goldfish. Clouded minnows. Don't care when they die. They're so stupid. They don't know what's going on. They're happy. Whatever. But yeah, no, I'd quite like a pet cat or dog. No, the main reason why I wouldn't get a pet cat or dog is that I don't know. You know, you want to go on holiday and you have to deal with looking after them, and then, or if you know, with me, well, not with this COVID year, but normally I'll get like an email and someone will say, "Yo, do you want to go here?" And I'll be like, "Next week, do you want to go to Germany or whatever?" I'm just like, "Yeah." If you've got a pet, that's a lot harder, unless you've got like a partner or something to look after them. Get a VR baby. It's a good plan. It's not quite the same. It's like those virtual pets. They don't really work. Hello, Chadhead. And hello, Itchy, as well. It's a bit like a YouTube channel. What's like... Wow. I just abandoned my channel at will. I'm terrible at YouTube, but it's good. That's how I've always been. The world's worst YouTuber. That somehow works still. Well, I definitely need to improve the car skin on this for the next race we do as well. Yeah, people can click the like button if they want to. And I need an Instagram logo on the screen. Project Snow Fox. Good morning. From one bold git to another. Bold men unite. Hey, these socks are bloody amazing. I love these socks. It's my most recent Amazon purchase. You can't really see. There you go. They're cool. I'm really happy with these socks. Pet Caterham. Well, you know, I think I might get a car at some point. I still don't have a license though, so I've got a provisional. I don't know if the driving centres are open yet. Hello, Ellis. I'm all right, thanks. Yeah, so I think I'll could sit a test soon and just do that and get it done, and then. But I still don't know. First car radical. The problem is it's the insurance. Yeah, It'd be quite fun to get a car and like drive around Europe. Maybe get like a van or something. I don't know. Depends if this stuff clears up. But yeah, I quite like the idea of driving around America as well. If any of you have ever been to America, you kind of need a car in America, like a rental car. The whole place is designed for you to be driving rather than walking. Thanks, Project Snow Fox. I don't know. I might go off for another week. Hopefully not. I thought I was good last week, and then it came back again. So, yeah, I'm going to try not doing anything too active, and then hopefully we can keep the videos and the live streams going. Well, that's it. I could put a sim rig in the back of the car. Just buy guns. What would I use guns for in the UK, Antoine? You mental. I mean, I'm not against shooting, but UK's not a gun-friendly country. Are the Skippy supposed to be loot? Yeah, in real life they're very slidey cars because just the nature of them. Thin road tyres and no downforce, but yeah, they're meant to drive like a sort of 1960s vehicle in terms of the profile of them. Your wheels probably making it harder to drive them though than they actually are. Well, so when I was in Seattle, if any of you have been to Seattle, if you ever go to the bottom of, is it Lake Washington? To where the I don't know the place names. North of the runway at the airport, north of. Actually, yeah, about half a mile or a mile north of Seattle Tacoma Airport. If there's like what's it called, Walmart, and just shops there, and they've got pavements. So I was walking around there, and me and these other guys were the only people, with a bunch of British guys, the only people walking. It was really weird. Everyone was in a car, and everyone was looking at us like we were weirdos. Nobody walks in America. It's just strange because everyone walks around. In a town centre in the UK, or in general, people walk around. But there, obviously, you don't. Like, they had drive-through for everything. Every building had a drive. They had little parking slots, so you could order your food and park up, but eat even for a donut. Just like, what is going on? But yeah, apparently that's normal over there. So, I guess their cars are really big in America. You could live in an American car and you could play tennis in it. British cars, tiny in comparison. Angus Martin bought a 2-year sub to iRacing yesterday and they've put €150 into tracks. Now, Jesus. Yeah, that's the problem with iRacing. It's very expensive. I don't think I can help you. But yeah, if you get your time out of it, if you enjoy it, then it's not too bad if you get the time out of it. iRacing can simultaneously be money badly spent and money well spent. There's worse games you could be. I mean, you could be playing Fortnite. It's free to play, but terrible. Okay. What, that LMP2 car, what's it racing in? Like, what series do they have on it? Well, thanks for the offer, Antoine. I'm not that massively into shooting. I mean, I'm not against it. I'm just like, you know, it's not on the top list of things that I'm excited to do. I mean, it'd be fun to do. You know, it'd be all right, but. Whoa. Imsel and Monster. How do those races work out, AB? It's bad in Norway's amazing, Antoine. Antoine, have you ever been to Europe? Because I think you'd be like surprised how much nicer it is than most of America. No, I've only been to one state in America, so. But just in general. Europe's like most of Europe, Holland, Belgium, UK, France. Just, well, I guess if you go to rich areas in America, they're really nice, but yeah, that's the difference in America. It's like it's very divided between super wealthy areas and super poor areas. Whereas stuff's a bit more less defined in Europe. No, there's definitely poor areas and rich areas, but it's not in the same way. A multi-class hour-long. I don't really do hour-long races. I mean, if the yeah, I don't know. If the car was really fun to drive, but I'm skeptical. No, I've always liked Germany. Is it the Steve Size? Is it the top car in the multi class races? Is it the one that the faster of the cars that run? Normally LMP2 is, but in terms of the iRacing events. Okay. When doing multi-class racing, I like to be in the top car. I'm in it to win it, not in it to be second-class car citizen. Ah, yeah. LMP1. Makes sense. Brain fail there. Oh, there's wheels all over the track. Well, I mean, it's got downforce on those LMP cars, hasn't it? So that's one of the things is downforce tends to fix some of the worst aspects of the iRacing tire model. It's not just iRacing; it's every driving sim. Cars with downforce tend to cause the tires to regain grip quicker when you lose control, which weirdly is more realistic. But when there's not downforce, you don't get that benefit there. Hello, Pixel Therapy. Antoine, you're always bringing up politics into these streams, you know, bloody American politics. Antoine, the Trump supporter. always politics. Same distorted weirdo politics. No politics. Turn the politics off. Vive la Revolution. I think the French Revolution went pretty well for France, actually. Redistributing wealth is normally a good thing in the long run. It's just not necessarily in the short term. I don't think you can't really repeat the French Revolution at all, to be honest. It's not the same situation at all. Politics ate your brain. I don't. Yeah, it's not. It's probably not politics that ate your brain. It's the narratives constructed around how you can talk about it and the weird propaganda methodologies that are being used in the last 10 years as a way to stifle genuine political conversation. That's the problem. It's. You know, there's so much gaslight. Oh, bollocks! There's so much gaslighting in politics and political debate that it's very hard to have a genuine political conversation with someone, especially on the internet. I want to get a PlayStation 5, but I didn't order it in time. But GT's not coming out at launch for it, so well, Antoine, at the moment, everyone's wealth is being redistributed to a tiny minority of people. So Demon Souls, isn't that coming out on PC though? So this is what's funny. Sony did this thing. They were like, we're so previous to the launch of the PlayStation 5, they're like, we're gonna release games on PC as well because we can make money out of that, and let's do that. Makes sense. It does make sense because the PlayStation 5's PC architecture. So you know, why not make money for free? You've already made the game, and PC owners. Probably not console owners as well a lot of the time. It's a separate marketplace. So they're like, oh, we will sell games on PC. And then so recently they did the announcements, and then it said, oh, coming out PC but PlayStation exclusive, and then they deleted those videos and they're like, oh no, it's PlayStation exclusive. So obviously they will release stuff on PC as well. So yeah, so my point is, PlayStation 5 does look appealing. I quite like the nature of the controller with it because, you know, I'm obsessed with force feedback. Yeah. I don't know. I just wanted to get one at launch because I've never owned it. I never bought a console at launch. But then, yeah. My Euclid, hello. My friend at Curry's got me a PlayStation. Oh, nice one. Your friend at Curry's. I knew people that worked at Curry's that used to steal stuff from the warehouse. This was years ago. When I was at college, they'd be like, yeah, we nick stuff from the warehouse every now and again. We know how to get it through the inventory system. I was like, okay, I don't want to know anymore. Don't tell me. Kibblefaust. Skippy's probably the best car for that, to be honest. Skip Barber's great. Skip Barber, then like F3 maybe. They're very popular race series. Or F2 is quite popular as well. I don't know. I find the Skippy's quite fun to drive. You know, we have fun racing with it, really. Which version, Pixel Therapy? Digital or disc? I'm not sure which one I'll get. I think I'll get the disc version just in case I want to buy discs that I could then sell. And you could use your PlayStation 4 games on it without having to re-buy them through a digital system. Yeah, I'd go for the Kibble Faust. I'd go for the Skippy. It's a good progression from the MX-5. It's like bicycle racing, but with a little motor in a canoe. Yeah, that's it, Bad Sim Racer. The backwards compatibility, I think. Also, the disc means that you can use it as a Blu-ray player if you happen to have disc films. Which is nice. It's always nice as an option. Sam Posey. Right, tyres are cold. I don't know this with the spec racer. It just doesn't seem to drive like a. I don't know. It seems bollocks to me. The physics on it don't make sense. I guess if you're used to iRacing, then maybe it's okay. The handling of that car just doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's like a rear-wheel drive car that drives like a front-wheel drive car. And then, yeah, it's just... I mean, I know it is quite a tricky car in real life because it's got a very short wheelbase, but... I don't know. Yeah, you can hold a slide, but you have to memorise the tracks. To me, it highlights issues with iRacing's physics. That car, it's a car that demonstrates what's wrong with iRacing handling wise. Whereas I find the Skippy masks hides the physics components of iRacing that I think aren't realistic at all. Outside that, I don't think of fun characteristics. But, you know, I mean, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. It's good. Yeah, so the Radical's another good example. It doesn't drive. That's not right. It does not drive like a car. It drives like a. It's a. Yeah, they're not. If you expect a car to drive like a car, they're terrible. If you get around, you know, you can learn anything. I mean, for example, this lap I've just done now that I messed up was because I got into a little bit of a slide, right? And then the wheels got overheated here. But the way they were sloppy for 3 corners from that very marginal slide that's just not right. It's just not right. But hopefully we've got enough pace here. It's got a good lap. That's it. Like, the thing is, if you've got used to any car and you can have good racing with it, then that's all that matters. Doesn't really matter what's realistic, right or wrong. It is what it is. But I don't find the Radical, the Spec Racer Ford enjoyable to drive in iRacing at all. Whereas in other sims, Radical's like my favourite cars. So a little bit bitter about that with iRacing. Yeah, the Facebook VR thing's weird.
Showing us a Pearl Black flag is a warning. You need to get close to racing speed and get serious here. If not, we risk not being allowed to post a qualifying time.
You tried to learn to drift in AC. Well, yeah, because the thing is, AC actually has realistic handling on and over the limit. So you then learn that, and it's like you expect to be able to get away with a lot. Hello, Dave Co. How's it going, man? It is kind of strange how it seems like original Assetto Corsa is the only driving simulator on the market still. That AC and Live for Speed are the only driving simulators where you can drive race cars in the same approach that you can drive them in real life. Like, they're forgiving. I mean, ACC as well, but then I feel with ACC you're stuck on paths. For some reason, AC's way more nimble and agile than ACC. ACC's kind of ill-defined and mushy. Which might be more realistic, but I think AC's more fun. Yeah, you got Simracing System's quite good, but yeah, it's a shame it didn't have something like iRacing. Like if you had literal iRacing, if they just replaced the physics in iRacing with AC, you'd pretty much have perfect simulator. Yeah, you have to pick peak times to do Simracing System. So you want to get on it at like 4 to like 8 PM. Right, I want to get a good result in this race. Starting in 9th. Well, it's better than last. I don't know if you can warm your tyres up enough to avoid the whole slop thing happening. AC Weebs Unite. Yeah, well, I'll be playing some more AC soon. I was playing it the other day, just lapping on the Nordschleife with like different cars, and it's so good. It's just unbelievable. But yeah, good luck getting a Simracing System race at this time in the morning on AC. Yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? Should we look at the results here? There we go. It's a shame it does it show the driver rating? Division 3. This is Division. Wow. Should we give him an announcement? Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back again. It is, of course,
Lime Rock Park. Your favourite park with lime and rock. On pole position, we have Alina Bowersh. Second place with Alberto Costa. Third place, we have Edu Murata. Will they finish the race in those positions? I doubt it. Will David Berenguer Sanchez, number 3, starting in last position, improve on his position, or just block everyone? Well, let's find out in 1 minute, because the race is about to begin.
Everyone, guys.
Okay.
that got everyone excited, I think.
Am I hearing random shit, or is it just, am I going crazy?
Thinking of getting iRacing, but don't have a wheel, and I'm thinking of using a joystick. No. Only play iRacing if you're going to get a steering wheel. Don't bother playing iRacing with a joystick. I mean, you probably could. I wouldn't recommend it. You really need a force feedback wheel. Woo! I locked my wheels up there. My brake's still too sensitive.
Death everywhere.
I don't know what he's doing. Oh, this definitely feels like a lower split. Yeah, you really need a force feedback wheel to be able to feel what the car's doing. To then understand what's going on with the physics. You don't, I mean, you could drive without one. And I'm sure people could be fast with it, but... Hey, Leglaff. Oh dear, we've got a lagger there. Whoa, he's in the wall. There's a wheel. Hello, Yak. I'm alright, thanks. Well, yeah, well, these guys are definitely... these two race results are definitely put us in a lower split here. Or maybe there's more people racing, so there's more splits. These guys are... Oh, no, actually, we had damage last time. I don't know. I've not tried it, no. Could try it now, the joystick. Fair enough. Well, if you're getting an account, by all means use my iRacing affiliate new account thing. I don't know what my iRacing code is. Should be on the Discord. What? Is he going to drive into the back of him? This is indeed the Skip Barber. More info into the force feedback? What do you mean? On ACC? Have they changed the force feedback in ACC? I didn't know about that. I'm going to test that out if they have. My email? Alright, yeah. Since when did ACC's force feedback change? Yeah, you don't need to... unless you're talking about effects and stuff, you don't need to use any of those effects in AC. Force feedback, guys. It's like everyone's just confused. Like, it seems developers are mental on it. It seems like a load of end users are bloody mental about it. Like, the original AC, you don't need to use any road effects or understeer effects to be able to feel the force feedback clearly. That's never really the issue. The issue with force feedback in driving sims is being able to feel the mass of the car through the corner and how much... and like the range of grip of the tyres. That's what you need to be able to feel through force feedback. Other than that, it's all like immersion stuff, which you don't need. Like, it doesn't help you drive. That should all be secondary to stuff that helps you know what the car's doing. Oh yeah, I think that's just a bug with the console version of ACC. Yeah, original AC force feedback's absolutely incredible. iRacing, if you use IRFFB, is reasonably good. The problem with iRacing is its physics rather than its force feedback, in how unforgiving it is. So, like, force feedback can only be as good as the... Well, if a tyre in a given simulator doesn't have much range to its grip levels, then the force feedback won't have much range because, you know, the force feedback can only tell you what's happening with the physics. Unless you have like a G-force type thing that's separate to the tyres, which you can use IRFFB to get, which does help give you a bit more range. But you still, in terms of absolutely balancing the car on the limit of grip, if the tyre doesn't have much controllable slip to it, then, you know, you're not going to feel much through the force feedback. AB. Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to put some vibration there, but if you're using a CSL Elite or a DD or T300, even when driving down the straight, you'll be able to feel the suspension bobbling the wheel around a little bit. Like, you know, you don't need fake vibrations for that. And maybe for like lower end wheels, having those things is nice, because they might not pick up with it naturally, so you need that for those lower end wheels to do something. So fair enough for that, but in the context of a DD wheel where you're feeling the absolute force feedback from this simulator, it's not limited by the hardware, then you don't need those effects. So yeah, I'd say for like possibly T300, but anything like lower end than the T300, that's when you might need stuff like an enhanced understeer effect to be able to actually feel what the car's doing. And then you're compensating for limitations of the hardware. So that's another argument for not having literal force feedback and being able to tweak it, is that everyone's got different bloody wheels that have different limitations. But yeah, you know, it's clear that there's no consensus on the force feedback front. I mean, there seems to be no consensus when it comes to actual physics of race cars. So that's even easier to understand than force feedback. Even less subjective than force feedback. The force feedback frequency thing's just a non-issue. Like, people latch on to the most pointless parts of force feedback. The update frequency of it, like a force feedback wheel could update at like 60 hertz. It wouldn't matter. That would still be adequate for force feedback. Assuming that the game was good, it could still feel amazing. All the Fanatec wheels have interpolation options on them anyway, so even if a game ran at like 10 hertz force feedback, you could interpolate that signal. I mean, there probably would be issues if you went down that far, but I'm not saying a faster polling rate for force feedback's not a good thing. I'm just saying it's not the most significant thing once you've passed a certain threshold, and that threshold is quite low. Well, oh, he caught it. He nearly lost it there. Yeah, it's a shame. Woohoo! It's a shame that you get the warping in iRacing from laggers. Lucas83, maybe replace it with a CSL Elite or a DD. If you're into sim racing and you've got the money, just get a DD using my Fanatec affiliate link. But buy like a Simulcube 2 or a Fanatec DD. If you can't afford that, either just get another T300 or get a CSL Elite. Yeah, AMS1's force feedback's not bad. Yeah, it's fine. It's got a lot of detail in it. You can feel what the car's doing. But AMS 1's like a bit like Race Room, you know. It's a G-motor with sort of real feel on it. I think what they did in AMS 1 is that they artificially increased controllable slip angles, or have done set up the cars in a certain way that technically is wrong, but it actually makes it more realistic, which in turn makes the force feedback feel a bit better as well. You get good feel with AMS. I've always quite liked it. Yeah, good cars in R Factor 2 have very informative force feedback as well. I think the issue with R Factor 2 is it's got a physics issue in it where low speed tight corners and certain times where the back will just rotate and there's no feel for it at all, and it gets stuck in this sort of slide that you can't, there's no feel for it, and once it happens there's no way of getting out of it, and you just have to wait for the grip to come back. And that's also a problem in G-Motor 1. I don't know what causes it. I mean, there's a similar type of slide that happens in reality as well, so I'm not saying it's 100% unrealistic. Like, if you've ever watched real-world races, you can sometimes see, you know, cars will get in a low-speed spin, and the... Jesus Christ, he's not making that. They're getting like a low-speed spin, and the tyres have all gone over the limit. The car just goes very slowly, like, rotates around. So... normally it's if a car's gone over a bit of oil or, you know, something else has happened. But in real life you have G-forces that really alert you to that situation about to happen. Like you can really feel that sort of state's occurring. Yeah, I think normally when I've seen it in real life, like in person and in on TV, there's sort of like three main situations that cause it. One is that the tyres are cold, so you know they're just not in operational temperature at all, so they tend to act in weird ways because they're not working properly. Two is that the car has gone over oil or something, or, you know, some kind of erratic surface condition, or there's dust on the track or something. And three is that the track's got a bit of damp on it, and the car's gone over the damp, and then the driver's turned in expecting more grip than they're expecting it to bite, and it doesn't. It doesn't typically happen out of the blue. Tool Maniac, hey man. Get out. I think you just need to go on Steam. Should just be on the Steam Workshop. I say it's just weird. It's weird that only Assetto Corsa and Live for Speed seem to have the tyre dynamics correct through the entire range of the low speed, high speed. I.e., you can drift basically in all cars at low or high speed. That's what you need to be able to do. Hello, Marcelo. How's it going, man? And by drift, I don't mean necessarily 90-degree slip angle drift. I mean you should be able to hold a car in various degrees of slip angle. What happened there? Yeah, you should be able to hold a car in any car You should be able to hold in various degrees of slip angle through corners at different speeds. Bugger me. Drunk drivers are us. Hello, Neo Lund. My God. That marker bonanza.
Outside.
Yeah, the road. That's true. The roads aren't laser scanned. The texture's not so good on them. So yeah, if you compare live for speed tracks to iRacing and what have you, then yeah, that's a downside with older racetracks. That was the case in R Factor 1 as well. That's one of the main reasons why you have like rumble effects and force feedback with the older driving simulators, because the road surface didn't actually have any detail on it. So with R Factor 2, AC, I mean, that was one of the things that really stood out on iRacing when it first came out, was the laser scan tracks and how much that gives you more information through the steering wheel and the force feedback. With that, it's not fake. It's like you're just feeling the track. As the tyres go over a detail on the road, they bump up and down. That moves the steering column a little bit. We're just cruising here. Yeah, I was saying, I was playing AC again, and it's so much better than ACC. It's not even funny. It's like, if AC came out after ACC, people would be like, oh, this is a huge upgrade in handling. This is a huge upgrade in force feedback. It's so much more precise. There's so much more detail. It's just not. It's not even funny. I wonder if it is. I wonder if it's an Unreal Engine issue. But it is how it is. Jardier and Jim are driving. Is the virtual Le Mans thing happening at the same time as the real one? Why do they do it? They should do it separate weekends. Or they're driving in real life. I don't know, Vic. I think ACC's probably better handling than iRacing. But iRacing's just got the online structure, hasn't it? So Tool Maniac, yeah, I in some ways you could say that, but the end drive on AC is better than R Factor 2. Not necessarily in, like, not in the optimal conditions necessarily, but when it comes to how you control the slip angle and how you manipulate the vehicle to try and actually drive it quickly, I think AC's more realistic than R Factor 2. But they're definitely, when you look at R Factor 2 physics, they're definitely, it comes across and feels like there's more going on under the hood. Like, it feels like a more dynamic physics engine. So I think R Factor 2 might be more complex than AC. But I think AC is more believable. And live for speed as well. If it had like laser scan tracks. I'd imagine R Factor 2 does stuff like wear and damage and a bunch of subtle things better than, or just does them. I don't think they're even done in AC. It's that low speed slide thing in R Factor 2. Also, you notice so if you get in a normal race car in R Factor 2, and you try and hold various amounts of get any race car into a bit of slip, so you're effectively drifting, but a very small amount, and you'll notice that you can't hold that slip and still take different radiuses around a corner. It's like you can hold the slip, but the car will only ever do one radius around the corner, if that makes sense. Whereas in reality, you should be able to hold different radiuses of slip angle, and depending on how much power you put into it, you should still also be able to control the radius. Like, it shouldn't be like a fixed radius based off entry speed alone. It should be like even when you've got a bit of slip going on, you should still be able to adjust the radius with either the steering wheel or the throttle or the brake. It's hard to explain. It seems that AC does that the best. I wonder if it's like something they've this fake, but actually ends up making it work well. $100 likes for 2 hours. Thank you for clicking the like button, guys. iRacers are stingy with their likes.
Go on, have him.
Por abrir la puta boca, ¿ves?
Polis Mill. I don't live stream in VR because it's not convenient, and I tend to just race in 2D because it's all set up for YouTube videos and stuff. I would race in VR. I prefer racing in VR. If I didn't do YouTube videos or live stream, I'd race in VR. Hello, Scotty GT. Morning to you as well. Yeah, that's it, Alan. I'd say AC's tyre model is the best by a mile, but I would wager that the R Factor 2 suspension and chassis flex and all the other components maybe are more realistic.
You know, you don't get people running.
Whatever Kunos did with the first Assetto Corsa tyre model is like genius. I don't think. Apparently, it's like an anomaly. I'd even say that AC's tyres got worse later in its development.
Where else can I die?
Weirdly. How many copies have I got had so far? Just the one. The teacups on the screen are for donations. Give myself a teacup every donation. Looks like we're going to get a solid third place out of this. Lower split, but it's better than a kick in the balls. Yeah, me too, Euclid, with the Lotus Elise. Or was it the... Yeah, it was the Elise, wasn't it? Waving the French flag. Oh! You got to be careful. They'll come after you, Chile. Yeah, well, the tyres are definitely more dynamic in R Factor 2, for sure. Yeah, the whole... Yeah, the way the tyres operate differently from if they're worn out and the temperatures on them and everything. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd say even iRacing does that better than AC. Although I think it's not realistic. Like, I don't think the way if you slightly overheat the tyres in iRacing, the way the grip comes back so slowly, I don't think it's realistic, but it's certainly more dynamic than the way the tyres overheat and stuff in AC. They're always operating in the same... Unless you've completely... When the tyres you can overheat the tyres in AC, and, you know, if they're the wrong temperature, they're not as effective, but they definitely don't come across as dynamic as they do in some other sims, but which may or may not be realistic, depending on the car. The thing with R Factor 2 as well is it's massively car dependent. I think it's possibly just, I don't know if it's because of the way they use lookup tables or whatever they use for the physics engine in R Factor 2. It just like, and R Factor 1 is the specific individual cars vary massively.
Okay, the race is over. Bring it on in. Move it.
Tyres in AC, probably the worst done in any major... Well, that's not true! That's not true, Tool Maniac. Tyre war!
How dare you suggest that Assetto Corsa's tyre model is not as good as ACC's? You will spend an eternity in hell for making such comments on this channel. Ho 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 ho!
Yeah, you've upset Satan. Right, AC's amazing. What wheel are you using? What wheel are you using? Jeez. Either that. CSL Elite. Oh shit, AC's amazing with the CSL Elite. Oh, Marcel bit. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the Skippy in AC, the AC Skippy, but I guess it's free, so. I mean, the thing is, though, in iRacing, you got cars in iRacing that are just like, what is going on? Yeah, the problem with the Skippy tyres is when you heat them up too much, they just slop so much that you just have to wait for it to come back for ages. And there's no real way, other than like repetition of learning at where that point is. I don't think there's a way to really just drive it from field to on the absolute limit before you get to that point where you start doing the slides. You should be able to do a quick snap of the, like, you know, you watch any real world racing, they'll be like getting to the limit and they're balancing it, and if you go slightly over the limit, you pull it back quickly, and because it stops you sliding around, it stops you needlessly overheating the tires and everything. And as long as you pull it back immediately and you're like totally on that limit and you're balancing it there, you're fine. And so it means you can always keep pushing and bringing it up to the limit and like just getting it there, and ideally maybe holding it in a little bit of slip and then just keeping it there. You can't do that on iRacing. It just doesn't work properly. So in iRacing, you basically have to drive it like a 1960s F1 car all the time, like really smoothly. You know, it's still fun to drive. I just don't think that's I don't think it's realistic. I don't want to intimidate people, Marcel, you know. Sandbagging all the way. What's going on here when I... Look at that. The camber of the wheels is causing the car to roll around. Right. What are we trying out next? Let's have a look. What have we got? GT Sprint Series. It's a 40-minute race. F3.5 challenge. Let's do this. This is the iRacing theme tune. You went for an hour to walk your dog? Sounds like a euphemism. Every car's an MR2? Right. I don't have a setup for this, so this could be interesting. Is this car a popular car? I'm getting the impression that it probably isn't. Oh, let's have a look. Oh, I've lost my wheel. Where's my... Oh, here it is. It's almost dinner time, guys. Get on track with the newest configuration. I could really do with a little practice lap. I don't have IIFFB running either. That's a problem. I'm not going to be able to drive this without IIFFB. Well, let's see how it goes. I'm just using headphones. Oh dear, okay. This could be interesting. Oh yeah, Project Cars 3's where it's at. Oh dear. We might be alright with this. Got to just change the camera. What mixer am I using? The Go XLR? Nice bit of kit. Let's move the camera up a bit here, I think. Ah, bugger. It's not what I needed. Yeah, Go XLR is really good as an audio mixer. They're quite expensive, though. They do a Go XLR Mini, which is good. It works pretty much just as good as the one I'm using. And is a lot cheaper. Speed machine. I don't know how long this race is. Yeah, this is all built on the same voice mix is all built into it. I'll show it in a bit. Where's the... Oh, Jesus. Where's the fuel? How much fuel do I need for this race? Let's ask people. Hello? How much fuel do we need for this race?
About 60 litres, mate.
Okay, and how much for quali?
10.
And how much to sell on the black market?
Oh, I didn't understand that.
Guys, I've got Murray Walker's with me in my sim rig. I told him I'm doing a sim race at Silverstone on iRacing, and he was like, okay, I'll come and sit in the sim rig with you. Do you guys want to chat to Murray Walker? No, I thought you guys would be dying for a chance to talk to Murray Walker. They're not interested. No one wants to talk with Murray Walker. You know. No one's interested in Murray anymore. It's a different era.
Go on, James. Pull us out of our misery.
You want to talk to Murray Walker? What question have you got for him?
He won last year's British Grand Prix.
What was that? You got to speak up more clearly? His hearing's not so good in these days.
He won last year's British Grand Prix.
Who won last year's British Grand Prix? Was that the question? I don't know if that was a question. Lively punch on iRacing. Right.
Murray Walker's good at Wikipedia as well.
It wasn't our Queenie!
About 5 laps of fuel.
Oh no! He's forgotten the question!
Fuck's sake.
What an echo. Right. That was a good contribution. I need to... Oh! iRacing cold tyres, I forgot. Bugger me! Ah, bugger. Right, let's get the camera zoomed in. Jesus Christ. Oh, X. Always Lewis Hamilton. Basically, you have to remember that the tyres are not tyres until 3 laps in. iRacing hates trail braking as well, which is weird. I trail brake too much. Maybe that's why I don't get on with iRacing. I need to electrocute myself every time I trail brake too much. And every time I brake whilst turning too much. Whoa, cocking hell. Hello, Daft Sky. iRacing hates reality. Well, but the reality is everyone's playing iRacing, so that's just where we're at. That's the modern world for you. I need to turn the skid sound up. Here comes your first time lap. They're waving the black flag. I hate this corner. No, I never take that corner properly. Oh, come on. No, this is... car does not have curves. Simracing. Hello. How's it going? Did you see that I've started my own website? It's called Simracing. Gets listed on top of the YouTube, Google search results. Hope you don't mind. Then someone will have to make a website called One Sim Racing. And then someone will have to make a website called !Sim Racing. It's not started yet, has it? Or is that just the outlap stuff you're watching? Just imagine, when you watch Le Mans, just imagine it's a driving simulator but on low graphics settings. They've had to turn the crowds off so that it runs faster. That's all it is. They couldn't afford to get a 3090. They're still running on a 720. I feel like they should be able to do that flat out, but then I'm not trusting the car to stick. Well, that was a bit better. There's no way we're doing a smooth lap here. What? There's no way we're doing a smooth race without getting wrecked. I really need the IRFFB set up. Oh well. What was I going to do? Oh yes, fuel. 60 litres they say for the race. Should we give them a bit of a commentary here?
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a beautiful Silverstone race circuit located in the heart of the British countryside. Looking at the qualifying results here, we see that we have Dave Gould in pole position. Arno Hugenhoutsen, number 2, in second place. And Dennis Brzik in third place. Starting at the back of the grid, we have Mark Farmer 3, tilling the fields, and James West. A true talent. Some rumour he is live streaming this race this very second, and that might explain his poor qualifying result.
Good luck in the race, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys, here we go. Professional name butcherer.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
If you're Australian, remember you need to set your downforce the opposite way around because we are in the northern hemisphere here, just in case you might have forgotten. Here we go. Vettel, how many laps is this race? 21. Well, we're not getting to the end of this, so might do one lap. Almost lost it there on the... thought he was going to hit into us then. That's not the line, mate. Oh, I don't know if you can use that curbing in this. There's all this dirt. Oh, people are just crashing. What a move! Turns up without practice. Default setup all the way. Must have been a very low split. Whoa! Car just way more grip than quali. Tires must have warmed up a bit. No DRS on this. I don't think so. Track looks quite nice this time of day. Well, that don't make any sense. What, you idiots? Moving to the left. Why would you pass on the left? Why would... What was he doing? I move over to the left so we could pass on the right for the inside of the corner, and he just drove into the back of me. Why would you do that? That makes no sense at all. Also, why the car stick for the start of that corner but not the end part of it? It doesn't make any sense. That was a good takedown. I don't know what... That guy... Did that seem a bit weird to you guys in chat? I rejoined the track, so I then move and they're faster than me. So I moved to the left. I didn't move to the left late with that guy. And if you've joined the track on the right and the next corner's a right-hand turn and the car's going to pass you, moving to the left makes it easier for them to get past you. We can watch the replay a bit. I don't know why he decided to pass on the left-hand side. It doesn't make any sense. Of course it's session.
Sorry, Bowden, that was my fault for that little contact.
Maybe he's Australian and it's laggy as well, so maybe he didn't notice the move till late. Guess that's possible. Bit weird. Try and close his gap back up. Are the 3090s, when are they coming out? £24th. Aren't they like £1,500 now? I quite like how with the PlayStation 5 the price of it reflects the value of the pound, which is rare. Normally when something's $500 they sell it for £500. Oh, maybe I do have damage because that guy's absolutely... Oh no, maybe he just got draft office. He was reeling this in very quickly. I'm a bit slow as well. Yeah, I get the impression, well, like others have said, I think they don't have many of them and they selling the Founders Editions for cheaper and then the other ones will be more expensive. It's all just marketing. Well, that's just flat out through there. I don't know. I initially I thought I was Lucas. I thought I was going to get upgrade my graphics card, but then I don't think there's that much of an improvement. Unless you're using RTX, the RTX stuff, but no games that none of the Sims and VR games really use that. So until that changes, it's hard to really justify it. Rudu Uridi, hello. What's with the 2 coffee cups? Every time someone donates, I put a coffee cup under me. Because they've paid for my tea habit. Close this gap here. If you lock up, you're just dead. The recent update to Flight Sim improved the performance a lot as well. Oh, contact with the cars in front. Pays in my... Oh no, it's a back marker. Get that. Moore's Law's been dead for ages. Like, looking at processors. Although, maybe not if you factor in the new AMD chips having multiple cores on them. Yeah, the thing with channels like Jay's 2 Cents and these other places, they don't have enough... They're not necessarily, like, big fans. Oh, you penis. He's just rear-ended me. Is that the guy that rear-ended me last time? Yeah, they don't necessarily play those games. They're too busy reviewing hardware. So they don't act... So they'll do a quick benchmark and they'll be like, okay... So you literally have to wait until a person that plays the Sims that you play. Yeah, his little Excel diagram, yeah. Well, the reality is, if you're a YouTuber, that's your full-time job, you just don't have time. Like, unless your part of your YouTube is playing a specific genre of game, you just don't have time. Like, YouTube... Well, doing your own business takes up a lot of time. And YouTube, like video editing and video making, takes up a long time. So unless you're literally just playing one type of game and that's what you focus all your content on, you know, you're not going to be able to do all these like different hardware reviews and everything else and then be able to give people really tight information about specific game stuff, because the game might, you know, a game gets an update that fundamentally changes things, but you didn't do your benchmarks when that update happened because you're not concentrating on that one game. This guy's going to take me out. I mean, in fairness, my braking's super erratic. I have no brake feel with this car. So, this guy's going to rear-end me when I brake too early. I'm looking forward to my car being remodelled. Yeah, the 3070. Yeah, 3070 would be fantastic for people that have missed out on just in general. There's this weird meme about people having a 2080 Ti and being like, oh, now it's only worth £200. I need to get a 380. But it's like, well, actually, it's only 25-30% faster, so there's no real thing to like jump to it. totally would be worth jumping to it if you're on a 10 series card still, and if the RTX performance also applied to non-RTX games, then it definitely would be. Ah, Jesus, this shit physics engine, come on. I went slightly too tight, touched the curbing a bit, and you can't catch it. Do anything. Maybe if I had IRFFB on, I would have preemptively caught it through the force feedback. Yeah. Should go from 1080 Ti to 10GB 3080. Yeah, if you've got a 10 series card, going for a 30 series would be a good, really good upgrade. That'd be like 55%. Yeah, it's true. Try and push it. I wonder if I had damage on the back of my car from that guy hitting me earlier. Yeah, well, I think if you learn how to play a given simulator, then that's what you get used to, and then it's a lot harder to get into other simulators. And if you're into the online competition, iRacing is the only real option for it, so that's why people will just stick to it, and they spend the money on it. So. No, I think they say launch for PlayStation 5, but I don't know if that means like, I don't know. Normally that means within like 2 months of launch, so probably before Christmas maybe. But the PlayStation 5 is coming out on November the 12th, so it's hard to know. Oh man. No, I couldn't get one. I've been PS5 denied. I forgot to turn the skid sound up. Whoop. We're in first gear there. Well, that's the thing, isn't it, Paul Keeble? At the end of the day, pretty much any mainstream game is designed to work on like a 1070 and still look pretty decent. Because a 1070 is kind of in line with the current gen consoles and as a general benchmark. I mean, what I found with the 2080 Ti is games that don't run well on a 2080 Ti don't run well on anything. And games that do run well on the 2080 Ti basically already run at like 100 plus FPS on pretty much every other graphics card. So, you know, I don't know what the equivalent of the current gen, the next gen consoles is. It's probably something like a 2070, 2080 by the time stuff's on PC. So it'll be like, well, if you've got a 2070 or a 3070, it'll be like, well, that's it. Run everything at 100 FPS. No, I don't tend to sell stuff that I get for review. I use my OSW as a backup wheel in case Fanatec bursts into flames. And there hasn't. I've had this for a year now. It's been rock solid. Backup DD. Man, this is really boring. I might just stop this. This is shit. Yeah, I'm having to drive into. It's like I'm driving a shopping trolley. Can't push at all. I'll try pushing, but I guarantee it's just going to spin straight away. Hello, Robert Good. This is so bad. iRacing teaches people how to drive in a really bad way. Pay for this. It's not so bad with the Skippy. IRFFB helps a lot. I should have turned it on. No warning before locking up. Yeah, there's something massively wrong with this. Like, you want to dab the brake a bit on those corners to turn the front in, and it just doesn't turn in. But you are losing speed. It doesn't make any sense. It's like diff settings are all wrong. I mean, what? They should just... Ah, sod that. I can't take this. It should... That should, like... You should... Oh, Jesus Christ, iRacing. Forget that. Grip just gives out there. Just too much for the rear tyres. So the grip just gives out with nothing for you to... It's like Formula 1 tyres when they've gone off. It's what it drives like. iRacing's a perfect simulation of modern Formula 1 tyres that have gone off. That is just bollocks. I mean, come on. Yeah, I know. IRFFB lets you feel that you're putting load on. Yeah, it definitely does help. I don't know why I didn't turn it on. It's funny how there's literally no feel for it with the default force feedback, which is weird. Like, that really highlights the importance of force feedback. But then again, you shouldn't have to rely. You should be able to like control that a little bit before it goes over it, even without the force feedback. Just like how you can see the additional, so the load is there, and then it. That's the other thing in iRacing, like these input. Oh Jesus! I'm not. It's not like I'm being aggressive on the input with that either. I'm putting in really slow, progressive turning on that. Like it's really, really gentle input, really gradual. I mean, the throttle's just on 100, so I'm not like adding any more to it. I mean, it's not like we're even on the. I mean, we're on the paint, but that shouldn't do anything. Like, all the loads on the rear left, like these front right tyres, are largely irrelevant. Just no, because the load of the cars on the left, of those the front right and front left are not doing anything really. Well, not doing much. What it is it just goes over the limit of this tyre's grip, and then because of the nature of iRacing, that's it. You're done. You're done. You've gone over the limit. You're done. It is exactly like the current Formula One tyres when they've gone off. It's like iRacing is a perfect simulation of worn out tyres. It drives very much like how real world worn out tyres drive when they're gone. Yeah, it overheats instantly, loses all grip. Just goes, once you've gone over the limit in iRacing, it's done. That's just it. Like, it can't. You can't lean on the limit so much and like be like, all right, I'm at the limit. Or it's a little bit of slip. It's like you've hit the limit. That's it. Game over, yeah. Ah, dear. It makes it not very satisfying now. IRFFB definitely helps a ton because you can, when you turn in, you can feel the variation in the force feedback to feel that you're getting closer to what that maximum amount would be. I'm going to find that bit where I rejoin the track and see if I was guilty. Yeah, in real life you can go slightly over the limit and still be in control. Like, you still have control over the limit in real life to an extent. But, you know, there's situations in real life where you wouldn't have any control. And as I say, like you see in Formula 1, the tyres just give out. I've actually seen it quite a lot this year. Like, who was it at Mugello in qualifying? Tyre just gave out. Say very much like iRacing. Stroll, yeah, that's a good. There you go. That's a good example of what. That's a good example in real life of what happens when the tyres go over the limit, and it's not controllable over the limit. Yeah, because the word limit applies to the zone of maximal usable grip. It's not when the tyres stop working. It's the limit of maximum grip. So that's what the limit is. It's a hump. I just try to have a punch shaker. Maybe it's not a good example. Oh, there it is. Oh, man, I had damage to my rear of my car. Yeah, I think it was all just a bit delayed. So I was moving to the right, and I was like, oh, he's coming up, so I'll move out of the way to leave room. And then he decides to move to the left as well at the last minute. Looked like I was blocking him. I was actually trying to get out of the way. Fair enough. I can see why he did that. I can see why you'd be confused. Well, as soon as I noticed him, I moved back to the left. Oh dear, it's so stupid. I mean, it is weird still for this guy to go to the left. Like, even if I'm if I'm closing at that speed, he can still fit through the gap on the right. And you want to be on the inside for the corner. For this corner. And at the relative speed he's going, even if I hadn't moved to the left, he would have still hit me. So it is still this guy's fault. Like, I mean, I did the wrong thing, but this guy could have avoided it very easily. But as soon as I noticed him, I moved out. I moved to the left, which is what. Well, he would have hit me in both scenarios. Like, the relative speed here, this guy could, if I'm closing on the right there at that constant speed, he still would have he could have fit through the right there, even if I kept going to the right at that same speed. He would have still fit through on the right hand side. So, by the time this guy decides, okay, I'm going to move to the left because he's moving to the right, he would hit me in all scenarios. Like, even if I hadn't started turning to the left there, this guy would have still hit me. If I kept going to the right, this guy would have still driven into me. Yeah, this guy would have hit me in both scenarios. I mean, I'm not saying what I did was wrong. What I did was wrong because I didn't see him, so it's technically my fault. But this guy would have hit me either way. so whatever I did is kind of irrelevant because if I should have been close to the right, which wouldn't have caused an accident, so that's my fault. But from this guy's perspective, based off what actually happened, this guy would have hit me either way when he could have just not hit me. Also, by the time this guy reacts, it doesn't make any sense. What is this guy thinking? Yeah, no, I'm not saying what I did was right. I'm just, like, from this guy's perspective, what he did didn't make any sense either. Like, he had two options to miss me. He could have kept going to the right, which I guess he probably thought, oh, I'm going to the right to block him. So that's why he didn't do that. And he could have lifted, which obviously he didn't do. Yeah, I think he thought I was trying to block, but I just hadn't seen him. Yeah, I mean, really, he could have just lifted a little bit, but he didn't even need to. He could have just got, like, if it was me in his position, I'd have gone further to the right. I'd have been like, this guy here is a dick. He's trying to block me off. I'll go really far right, possibly put a wheel on the grass. And, you know, if he drives into me, he drives into me. And then, because the corner coming up is one, you want to be on the inside of this corner. It's, you know, it's very hard. Like, once you're on the inside, you've got the corner, basically. Yeah, that's fine, Tortellini. He can think that, but then even in that scenario, he drove in a way that would still cause him to drive into me. He lost out though. He was the loser either way. Didn't make any sense. It's weird how it totally wrecked him and not me. Pwned? What a takedown. Oh, he had to go to the pit. Yeah, well, that car's pretty terrible anyway, so nothing lost there. Classic iRacing. I need Helicorsa. I need a zoomed out Helicorsa. Why is my see if IFFB works. Okay. I'm going to try that. I'm just going to try that car in practice. Yeah, I think so, Martin. That's why I say it's strange. He should have moved to the right or lifted, basically. Like if I was in his situation, I would have not lifted. I'd have gone to the right, because you just don't want to be on the left for that coming up corner for the next corner. I don't know. Music stopped. Let's put the music back on. Right, I'm going to try that car with IRFFB. Seem to remember it not being that bad. What series is it? I would not happen in Microsoft Flight Sim. No, you'd be ghosted. What are these, like, driving schools, setups, videos and coaching? What's this whole thing recently about everyone needs to go to school to play driving simulators? Why can't people just play them like the video games that they are? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I mean, no, nothing wrong with learn. By all means. I was at the F3.5. There's an F3 race at 12:15. Yeah, but I mean, so by all means, learn driving sim. Like, if you enjoy that, like, why not do it? You know. Oh, why can't I read? Oh, I've got to withdraw from this one. Just weird, this whole thing about not playing Sims as if they're a game, playing them as if it's like real life. This is strange. Oh, Watkins Glen's not very good for testing force feedback. I'll give it a go. Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like phoning up a Nintendo help support line, isn't it? Getting tips. Well, so that's the thing, Tormaniac. You'd think that, but anyone that's doing esports is well beyond being taught what you'd be taught in any of those driver training things. I mean, I guess everyone has to start somewhere, but if you're looking to get to esports level, you're going to be putting in so much time, regardless. And if you don't have that natural aptitude to it without being told, then you're not going to get to that esports level, are you, anyway? And if you are already at that esports level, you probably already know other people that are super shit hot at The Sims because you'll have seen their lap times. Well, yeah, but you can't drive on the limit in iRacing, so that's a moot point. You can in AC, but iRacing is just be as smooth as possible, have the setup, and know where the brake points and stuff are, and then drive like a robot. Which I guess being told that would save you time from working out yourself. But then you could just download the Ghost file. That's really helpful. Like, that's the best way to do it. Find an alien's ghost, woo, and use that. Just see what they're doing. That's the other thing as well with these driver schools. It's like, in what way is anyone going to convey anything better than telemetry and a ghost? Well, the ghost file, if you it doesn't tell you shit. It tells you everything you need to know. Combined with telemetry for like the minutia. Hang on, that shouldn't work. You need the telemetry to see exactly what's going on, and then you have the ghost file and you drive alongside it, and then you can see the slight variations in what you're doing different. I guess if you're miles off the pace, you're not going to be anywhere near the ghost. Well, yeah, that's fair, Tortellini. But then it's like, if you're doing those bad habits, you're not even close to being like esport anyway. And surely the enjoyment of it is working out how to get faster yourself. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like you're jumping. Like, why you? Let's say you're playing a single player game for fun. You don't like go, oh, okay, I'm gonna play Doom single player. Right, I'm gonna learn how to best play it. Do you know what I mean? You just play it and enjoy it, and you find new ways of doing things that are better, and that's the enjoyment. Part of the enjoyment. It's like a puzzle game. You find a new way of doing the puzzle, or you work out how to do the puzzle, and the reward is that you've found that out. That's part of the reward. I don't know. I guess if you're eliminating that puzzle component of the driving sim, like someone tells you objectively, this is exactly where the brake points are. You want to get on the brakes, you know, the specific things. You want to carry momentum through corners, get on the brake as hard as possible, bleed it off. Different cars have certain different subtleties to them. I guess once you got that, and then you could you're focusing on just trying to do it as best possible. Yeah, so if they enjoy the process of getting faster, surely them discovering it and doing the process of getting faster would be more enjoyable. Do you not see the... Do you see the thing I'm getting at? By being told exactly what to do to get faster, you're reducing the amount of time, potentially. You're reducing the entertainment of the process of getting faster. Do you get what I'm saying here? Okay, now that's not working. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. I'm not saying that coaching doesn't... I'm not saying that coaching doesn't work. I'm sort of questioning the sort of philosophical end game of it when it comes to doing it in the context of gaming. But, I mean, you know, who knows? I guess when you start out, maybe you don't know if you're going to be an esports person, and... So, like, I don't know, it sort of turns into like an arms race. If you're like, okay, I do the coaching so I'm better because I want to be faster than my friend who's also sim racing or people you know in your group. So then they're like, oh shit, now they need to do the coaching. Wouldn't it be better if neither people did the coaching and spent money on the coaching? They just jumped in a race together. See what I'm saying? And also, I don't know. Jesus, this is what happens if you think too much, guys. Well, it's not wasting your life, is it, if you had fun, but that's the point of it. You know, if you're enjoying it, you're enjoying it. Therefore, it's not a waste. Why can't I feel my wheel? What have I got to do here? I've forgotten what I need to do for IRFFB. Oh no, I need to. Can't remember what I needed to do for this to work. I might just have to rebind it and then it works. I get that, Tortellini. But okay, so yeah, I don't disagree with that, but can't you just get that from any old YouTube video? Wouldn't... Yeah, isn't that like a YouTube video thing? Oh, there we go, that worked. So the best coaching thing that someone could say for iRacing is, it's not real. Don't drive it like real life because the physics are complete shit. Not totally shit, but like, don't. If someone was genuinely sitting down as like someone was like, I want to be an esports driver and I want coaching so I can be competitive in iRacing, you would say to them, right, first of all, it's a game. Don't treat it like a simulator or real life or anything. Ignore everything that you'd expect. Install IRFFB. I know, I'm just talking about iRacing because that's what we're playing, Tortellini. So like a coach for each sim would basically do that initially. In terms of the most valuable thing that a coach would do is they'll go, right, this applies to this simulator only. This is the exploit for this simulator. Then the next thing they would do is go, right, these are the setup exploits for this specific simulator. But like, if you were but then again, as I say, if you were like genuinely like an esports type person, you would have already put the time into it. Like, if you had the aptitude to be like an esports driver in anything, could be F1 2020, could be ACC, could be AC, could be iRacing, could be anything. If you have that aptitude, you would already know this. Because if you're going to do esports racing, it's all about time investment. Like, whatever the game, 90% of the esports thing comes down to being willing to put 15, 20 hours of hot lapping into a single car track combo. Yeah, but Tortellini, those... If you're talking in the context of being actually competitive, those are the types of things that those people would get. That, you know, genuinely esports type people would get. They would have had to have worked it out to be vaguely competitive in the first place. And the type of people that need coaching on those sorts of things are the type of people that are probably never going to get there. I don't know. Yeah, there are quite a few sim-specific coaches. I totally see the value in, like, say you're already like you're really pro already, and then you know another pro sim racer, another alien with a specific sim and with a specific car. I totally get that, but that's not really what a lot of the coaching is. Yeah, so, okay, so this is, let's just try and like hammer this down a bit. So my argument, let's actually try and make a clear argument here. My argument here is, if you're someone that's not within 4 seconds of pace, okay, everything that you could teach that person is not something that requires one-on-one coaching. That is something that they can get from a YouTube video, a general ghost, and a telemetry very easily. That if you're 3 seconds off the pace. If you're let's say 4 seconds to make it more broad. If you're 4 seconds off the pace, you need to just you want to get better, and like that's your focus is being faster because you enjoy that. Then you need to first just everything can be conveyed to you in the YouTube videos that are already out there. Well, what are they going to understand? This is kind of like grating along the floor here. Well, IRFFB is working still, despite me having 1,000 VJoy devices. So that's good. Sore from laughing. I don't know. I'm not quite sure where the driver coaching fits in from a business perspective, because obviously they don't make their money from helping top sim racers. It seems more that it's top sim racers marketing the fact they're top sim racers, or they're real world drivers that have found another avenue to generate money, income from people that don't have a bloody clue what they're doing with sims. For the majority of who they'll be selling the product to. Because there's not that many sim racers that are pro sim racers. Okay, so let's say you're like, yeah. So if you're like 1 second off the pace, or let's say you're 1.5, 2 seconds off the pace. Then surely if you're 1 second off the pace, you must get the basics to be 1 second off the pace. So in that scenario, surely a telemetry file and the ghost, you'll be able to see exactly what they're doing. You'd need the setup, a good setup, and then just the telemetry and a ghost. And then, if you're within 1.5 seconds or so of pace, and you can then see exactly where they're braking and exactly what they're doing with their inputs, and you've got the ghost car to then follow around so you can see what it's doing whilst you follow it. Yeah, but I'm not 2 seconds off the pace if I spend 7.5, 8 hours practicing, Tortellini. That's the thing I know from experience. If I want to get up to pace, it literally for me it's just a case of spending probably about 12 hours just hot lapping, which I find boring, so I don't do it. I'd rather just race with people. And then I also know from experience that it's that combined with a setup. And I'm not interested in making setups and fiddling around with setups and just doing that whole repetition process. I don't find that enjoyable. So this is why I'm not saying that coaching isn't there's not a value to it for someone in my situation. I'm just saying, for me, it's literally a case of the putting time into it is more important than someone going, oh, this is what you need to do. And so, from my perspective, I can't see a better scenario than someone giving me the telemetry file and the ghost and the setup of a fast lap for a track, and I just load that up and I just keep practicing until I got up to speed with it. That to me would be how I would get up to speed with a given sim, and that would be the fastest way for me to do that. Talk about Tourmaniac. How would coaching help you in that scenario? Yeah, if you're 3 seconds off the pace, you're massively messing up break points normally. I guess someone could be hitting brake points and they don't know how to balance the car on the accelerator. I just think... I think fundamentally, because of the static nature of driving simulators, the bulk of what contributes to a fast lap time is repetition and practice. That's just the nature of driving simulators. It's the nature of real-world driving as well, I think, in a large way. There's a lot more variability in real-world driving. So that kind of negates it a little bit. Well, there you go. Okay, so if it's down to setup, it's just like, how is that fun? And that's not really coaching, is it? That's just someone giving you the best setup for that track. You don't need fast reactions for driving sims. Well, generally speaking. It's more about repetition. You need relatively good reaction times for avoiding other people, but race driving isn't really a reaction thing. It's not a fast reaction sport. It's mostly about sort of like strategy and precision under pressure rather than reaction. Well, yeah, and then so that's the other thing with it. Like, if you're doing it for fun, and I guess some people might enjoy coaching, which is fine. So that's part of fun. But this is where I sort of put in that argument of like, imagine you're going to play a single-player game. If you're at a level where you can play the game to a basic level, you wouldn't pay for coaching on how to play through a single-player game. Like, you maybe pay for coaching if you don't know how to. If you can't play it at all, get a friend to help you. Oh, it's not. That's a corner I just missed. Yeah, this is not a good track for testing IRFFB, but yeah, that seems to work all right actually. I just have the seat of the pants effect on really high. Oh, there we go. Did work. How many hours do you need to practice this track until you finally... Well, I wasn't really concentrating on the actual driving. It's not a track I'm particularly good at either. Even when I'm concentrating. 12:15, 20 lap race. Let's give it a go. And get a sandwich quickly though. withdraw this. We'll give it a go. So the setup thing. I think it is a good thing to. It's a good thing to know what all the different setup options do. So that's fine. I think that's a good thing to know anyway. It's interesting. It's quite an interesting thing anyway. But when I've seen for like esports events, the setups that work the best are normally based around symbolics rather than what's actually a good would actually be a good setup. So it would basically it would turn into you just have to keep running repetitious dry lap scenarios of the race and then tweak the setup to exploit some aspect with that goes in with an exploitation of that simulator for that car and track, rather than it being this is the correct gear ratio, which that's a pretty normal thing. Obviously, you'd have that correct, but like, rather than it being, I just need to get the car balanced. There we go. I mean, a lot of the time, the sims don't even give enough force feedback information for you to actually be able to know that. Oh, that's this setup tweak is required. You'd literally need G-forces and force feedback to be able to do that intuitively. So it's like, well, you might as well just have fixed setup, or someone just sends you a competitive setup. Done. But yeah, I think knowing all the setup stuff is quite an interesting thing in and of itself. That's worth learning anyway. But you could learn setup stuff from YouTube videos. That's just a time investment thing of watching YouTube videos. It's gonna be a much better way of learning car setups than someone telling you. Right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Well, it's like stuff. So the setup, probably a better example is like you have certain mod cars that people end up using in leagues and stuff for AC, and it's like, oh well, this mod car turns out you want to be fourth gear, you want to be redlining it because the ratios of it are slightly wrong in the mod file, and that's more efficient. Do you know what I mean? Or it's like, oh yeah, you want to run the suspension ridiculously hard in this mod because that happens to give it more speed. Like, you wouldn't know unless someone told you, or you just spent hours doing the same thing over and over again, testing totally arbitrary setup choices, rather than going, right, I know that this track is this situation. I know from experience this is what happens with a car setup. We need it to be more nimble for this and that. Applying general logic to it, it's completely arbitrary to the specific mod, specific sim, Right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Just getting a little sandwich before this quali starts. Hello! Yeah, this Sparko seat's well expensive. I think they're like £400. I got it cheap though. Hello, Matty Matt. I got this Sparko seat for like 200 or something. It might even be like 5. It's something insane. So, what's the verdict in chat then? Is sim coaching stupid or not? Chat verdict on sim coaching, guys. It's obviously not stupid. It exists and people might enjoy it, so that's enough justification for it to exist. How would you frame it as a question? Depends. Exactly. I think okay. Gamer muscle stupid. Yeah, well, we know that. My thing is my issue with it is the incongruence of. I bet you most people that would get sim coaching would do it for sim racing because they think sim racing is somehow not a game. They wouldn't do coaching for any other video game, but they would justify and think it's okay for a driving simulator because they think a driving simulator is real racing or a real sport, and so it's like, oh, it's justified because it's not a game. Do you know what I mean? It's in that context of it being a sport, and then that's what annoys me. That people would frame a driving simulator differently from how they would frame other video games that are competitive video games. Yeah, so it's also this driver coaching thing seems to have happened in the last like 2 or 3 years, along with the esports stuff. It seems to me more about people realizing that you can make money off semi-gullible sim racers, in general, rather than it being, okay, let's help people. Because if you were just going to help people, you would just make bloody YouTube videos explaining how to drive, and there's loads of them already there. I mean, but on the other side, why not make money off helping people to drive faster if they want to pay for it? I mean, if they enjoy it, it's not a problem, is it? Yeah. I'm starting last because I'm eating. Paul Keeble. So, in iRacing, because of the split system, even if you're crap, you should still be in a race with people. And then as you get better doing races, you'll get to higher splits. And ironically, sim racing gets worse the better you get at it. Sim racing is most enjoyable when you're not aware of the physics limitations in the simulators. so ironically, the best period of sim racing is that initial learning period, which if you got driver coaching that early on, you might miss out on that. You'd go straight to the intermediate and high end, where it just turns into who's got the best setup and who's put the most time, rather than just driving with people that are in the same split as you, just appearing and driving. Sim racing definitely gets worse the better you get at it. Right, it's harder to find competitive races. You'll be picky between each simulator because you'll know the difference between each simulator, and you'll have to get good at the specific things of each sim. If you're like someone that's not particularly good, you can just race with AI and you won't notice. You could put AI on like 60-70% difficulty, and it'll provide enough challenge that you could do that and it'd be like fine. But as soon as you get moderately decent, you're like, oh, the AI just don't drive like people at all. Ruins it. Nice one, Otis B. You'll be able to do a tight corner without everyone bunching up. Yeah. So, driver coaching. What's the verdict, chat? Should driver coaching or be should driver coaching be removed from Earth? Or the driver coaching that we've seen in the last like year? Or is it acceptable? Is driver coaching just a way for mid-tier real-world race drivers to exploit sim racers' wallets? Sim racing, it's the ultimate place for average mediocre real-world race drivers to go and be like regarded as gods.
Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Oh dear. Controversial views here.
Thank you, guys.
Ah. How much fuel do I need?
31, 30.
The anti-sim racing channel. It just seems weird, like, why can't we just sim race for fun? Like, why does it have to be turned into this old bloody career thing? Like, well, I know, actually, it doesn't have to be. I know why that's promoted. The whole esports career thing is because it's just to make more money, isn't it? So that will all get promoted. Just playing a game for fun isn't the most profitable way. So there'll be no one advertising that. Paul Keeble, doesn't that mean his books and videos are shit? I don't know, I've not used his stuff. Maybe it is great. Oh, I say, if people enjoy it, then they enjoy it. It's fine. Oh, textbook race start there, guys. Tolerating game... whoa! What do you mean, Wim? A lot of real-world race drivers are completely shit at driving, though, as well. They're just rich people. You know, they're obviously very talented real-world race drivers as well. But... compared to any other sport, the percentage of people that are not actually very good, but pros, is probably the highest in, you know, motorsport and anything. It's like, it's just because it's expensive, so wealth is the biggest thing. Same thing probably happens in like horse polo and...
Sorry, I got squeezed off.
He got squeezed off. Sounds sexy. Ah, that's good. Zero contact.
Yeah, like, use your fucking eyes.
Okay, I'll turn them down. Oh, their tire model shit. That's effed up, guys. Did you see what happened there? So, like, this isn't it's bollocks. Oh, I'm going to play this. Load of shit. Right. So I could feel that through the force feedback. That's what's funny. So I'll tell you what happened. So, right. I go too fast into the corner, right? So I lose the back right. And I catch it. So I feel it through the force feedback. I've got the slip there. And I catch it. So that's all great. That's fine. That's fantastic. That's how it should be. But then, the grip should have returned by this point. Because I caught the initial slide and everything. It should be fine. Car's settled. No, it's nothing to do with that, Paul Keeble. The tyres are fucked. Because of iRacing. So, like, I've caught that. Done. And then it's as if we've got no rear wheel still because they're still bollocks in iRacing because the way it calculates tyre grip. It doesn't make any sense. That's just like... And then obviously we've run out of track there. But... The grip should have started... it didn't make any sense. It's a load of crap. It's like there's a timer on the wheels. It's like... No, it's not that in black. It's to do with the tyre temperatures and the way the grip returns once you've gone over the limit. But the thing is, if you've caught that, the tyres really shouldn't have gone over the limit. That initial slide, that's caught there. It just doesn't make sense. No, I'm driving it like a car should be driven. That's just stupid. You we have to drive it like iRacing. Yeah, I don't think I locked up there. It was more that I was trail braking at the limit and then trying to counter steer with the trail brake, but then that's it. I mean, maybe on video it's not as like the funny thing is when you've got the IRFFB, it's very the whole timing aspect of the tires and when the grip comes back and when it doesn't, and IRFFB makes it even more obvious. It's weird. I don't think even R-Factor 2 doesn't do that, does it? AC doesn't do it. Lift for Speed doesn't do it. R-Factor 2 I don't think does it. ACC doesn't do it. This is just very much an iRacing tyre thing. So annoying. It like really ruins the ability to attack properly. I mean, it is what it is, so there's no point really complaining about it. It's just annoying. The weird thing as well is, you know, if you get in this situation in other sims, what you'd want to tend to do is you go in, say you're trail braking, right? And so the back pops out here. What you'd want to do in reality and in other sims is you'd want to like actually balance that a little bit and you would hold that slip angle. But the other aspect is that you can't hold slip angles properly in this. So you can't like hold it and work with it. You have to come out of it and then catch it again. That's true. That is true, B-Sim. Like, you will obviously get used to what you get used to, but this is objectively complete shit. I know you like iRacing, but this component of iRacing is totally bollocks. It's a real shame that they just won't fix it. I don't know. Maybe they can't. You definitely get used to different sims, and that makes it, you know what to expect, and so you avoid the stuff that causes the issues. So if you got used to this, you would just know not to drive the car. Like, you just wouldn't push at all, because you know that if you do, it gets into this wonky territory. Money for a coach. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that didn't work.
What is the motive behind
Thank
this
you.
demand? Necessity for money. I'm not supplying money for necessities.
Jesus.
Money for a coach so you can learn how to drive. Slightly smiling face.
I definitely need it. This Skippy's the least prone to it with its road tyres. This is every time I load iRacing. Every time I play iRacing after not playing it for ages, I'm like, just really shouldn't play it. Gives me brain damage. Yeah, I don't think any sim's perfect, B-Sim, for sure. There's definitely random stuff in all of them. I do think, however, that only Live for Speed and Live for Speed, AC, some specific cars in... well, that's it, really. In terms of consistency across pretty much all the vehicles, Live for Speed and AC, then there probably are like specific cars in R Factor 2, Automobilista that are fine. They might not be realistic, but they don't have humongous holes in the handling. This sort of thing is just, it's not like, oh, that's unrealistic. It's like, well, that's just it's like, wow. It's like, well, that's the point of it's broken at the point of the crux of what you're meant to be doing to drive. Which I say, so good example is the Skippy. I think has annoying handling characteristics, but it's not. Well, I guess when the tyres overheat, it just slops for ages. But it doesn't ruin the races particularly. It just that's just how it is. And yeah, Project Cars 2, I wouldn't say they're necessarily realistic, the cars in that. They're good cars, but the cars that are good in it, at least they're like rounded and they drive at the limit. How long's iRacing been out? Isn't it like 10 years old? Yeah, AC's like infinitely better than Automobilista and iRacing and ACC. Like, just the tightness of it, the response of it. It's just, What's this? That's like weird texture on the wheel for the dirt. I like the other rally games. Everything else is shit. I like WRC and Dirt Rally. I just treat them as different. You can do whatever. Well, that doesn't mean anything what you just typed, Wim. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, obviously that's the case with everything. That's what's it called if you say something that's like you didn't really say anything. I want to enjoy aspects of iRacing, and I like aspects of it. I like the nimbleness of it. My complaint with iRacing is an objective component that's bollocks. It's not a that's not a my perception of it. you know, that's not a perception thing. That's the tyres, when you go over the limit, the grip disappears and takes ages to come back. So that's just how it is. I guess in terms of enjoyment, like if you're talking about enjoyment, anyone can enjoy anything, can't they? So you can't make that's an entirely subjective argument. I don't think it's subjective to say. It's not subjective to say certain handling characteristics are going to be more conducive to compelling racing. So that's not a subjective statement. So outside of realism, a given handling mechanic will be more or less conducive to good racing. And even then, you could, because you could just learn how to drive it, in which case then that becomes moot anyway. But then you could apply that to everything. Like you could have a game that's complete like nonsense, and you could objectively say that it was complete nonsense, but everyone just bothered to learn it. Brain's too dead for constructing good arguments here. I might try one more Skippy. Can't go wrong with Skippy. That's what I have to do with iRacing. Stick to Skippy. Stick to the Skippy. Yeah, but the problem, B Sim, is that that's what you have to do in a driving sim. What you like, the crux of a sim is like how the cars handle, and your analysis of how the cars handle and how you then respond to that is the core of what it is to play a driving simulator. Like you're playing with the physics. That's the point of the game. So in terms of enjoying it, in terms of enjoying the handling component of it, so it's very much like, okay, so it's like how, okay, Super Mario has better physics than Sonic the Hedgehog from a platform game perspective, right? And the reason, like, people can absolutely love Sonic the Hedgehog. It's a different platform. It has different physics. You might enjoy it. You might enjoy Mario more than Sonic separately, but objectively, because Super Mario, the character, is more responsive to the player input and the speed at which the friction for the surfaces and the jump height in relation to the tile height and everything, it's a better platforming game than Sonic the Hedgehog in terms of the control of your character. It's more compelling as a platformer. So anyone that says Sonic's a more compelling platform in terms of character control is a moron. Like, it's not. It's not, like, because of those things I've just pointed out. I guess subjectively you could argue from subjectivity for everything. So the point is, you could do the same argument with driving simulators, and you can go, look, a car that has more player agency with its handling is a better car that has less player agency. And I think you could say, objectively, a physics engine that allows for more player agency than one that doesn't, i.e. Mario has more player agency than Sonic the Hedgehog. So in the driving sim, a driving physics simulator that allows for more player agency in terms of car control is a better... That's what most players playing a driving sim are looking for, player agency over the car. Like that. And in real life driving, what people would define as a good car versus a bad car would be the one that has the most potential for driver control of the vehicle. That's why people think Mazdas are amazing, because despite it being a shit road car, it gives you the most control. Like, the vehicle is balanced. You have the most driver agency over the vehicle. It's the definition of a good car. So, with that in mind, iRacing's tyres, being as shit as they are, gives you less agency over the vehicle than R-Factor 2 AC Live for Speed. Hence, that's why iRacing is objectively worse than those simulators. I think that's a fair argument. I think that's... is that argument logically sound? Of course, anyone can enjoy anything. Yeah, that's why I explained the context, James, in the... If player agency is an objective component, like how much control you have over the vehicle, how much potential control you have over the vehicle. No, Vic, you got me. Let's withdraw from this and sign up for that other one. Also, what would go hand in hand with that argument is the reason why someone would buy... The reason why you buy a load cell and the reason why a load cell and more expensive pedals are better than shitty Thrustmaster T300 default pedals is because it gives you more control of the vehicle. It gives you more agency over the in-game physics object. Hence, that's why those better pedals... I'm looking at my pedals... That's why you're buying better pedals, because it gives you more agency and control over the game object, as I say. That's just what most people are looking for in a driving simulator. And that's why people buy better equipment. That kind of is the point of a driving simulator. I'm always worked up. I'm glad to be worked up over Sims as opposed to dying, so it's all good. Nuno Pereno. What's he saying? I always feel with like real vehicles, I think drivers feel like they're really in control of the vehicle most of the time, and they have to push it. My expensive wheelbase is set up terribly. Why is that? In what way are they set up terribly? You have to do better than that. Which settings have you tried? You do realise I've got like... you realise I've done like 40 setup videos for force feedback. You also realise normally when I do a force feedback setup video, I specifically say the settings are for getting as much information out of the sim, and that you'd probably want to do... You want to use your own variations of them. And it also depends on which wheelbase you've got. So, I don't know what you're saying. Seems to me like you're typing out your backside. I need to get the circular wheel on here. Formula Skippy. No, they're just road tyres. They look like rain tyres because they're road tyres. They do actually have... in real life, I think they do have rain tyres for the Skippy as an option. They have like national... Well, on the R-Factor 2 version, they have those like national and the other version. I'm not sure if that's the same in real life. Ah! I can't get my wheel rim. What's going on here? There we go. Have me banana. Oh! Forgotten how to eat. I might try R Factor 2 out after this. No, I don't know how to set bananas up. I nearly took him out. Guys. This is a practice session. Get banned in a practice session. Oh no! Don't. I've got IR FFB. I don't think I need it on for this car. Did I tighten my wheel up? What do you mean? Yeah. Probably should learn how to drive. Gosh, maybe the Skippy's okay with IRFFB. Yeah, it's weird that the Skippy seems to negate most of the issues of iRacing. I think it is because of the road tyres and the... With most sims, it's like rally games. I doubt that Codemaster's physics engine in Dirt is anywhere near as advanced as track sims. But when it comes to like off-road drive, like the less grip there is, the more it hides. You know, the more the range there is to like everything. It's like the more you get to like a go-kart, the more the issues of a physics engine stand out. That's probably why GPL drove so well, because the cars are all like super slidey beasts. Yeah, that as well. Yeah, the slower, more slidey the car, the easier it seems that you can simulate it in a way that comes across as convincing. The tighter the grip fall off, and the less innate slip, the more, yeah, you just, you know when there's something up. Although saying that, when you have downforce, that kind of negates that. Like if you... When you've got the high downforce vehicles, it brings the grip back quicker when the tyres have gone over the grip, and it allows you to actually overdrive them in situations where you can't otherwise. That was the case in R Factor 1. I think it's the case a bit in iRacing. Yeah, maybe that's right, Skoda. Maybe it is because that's more to do with... Oh, I don't know, because it's still using the tyre grip, isn't it? It's still part of the same system. I don't know. I don't know. Simulators, guys. But yeah, I just have to stick to the Skippy in iRacing. Every other car gives me a mental breakdown. Bloody hell. I don't know. Not at launch, I don't think. Is Wim still there, Mr. B Simracing? I've thought of a counterpoint to what he was saying. If he's still there. Maybe it's repetition. What do you mean? In terms of the Skippy? Yeah, Wim, you were saying earlier that it's about what you get used to. But I would say a counterpoint to that is that, I mean, I don't particularly like the physics in Project Cars 2. But I personally, that's fine. I'm not the biggest fan of Live for Speed, but I can identify that the physics in that allow you to drive properly. And so, if it was just a case of what you've got used to, then then it would literally, it would just be the, I don't know, whatever sim I play the most of, which isn't the case because I play all the simulators. So no, I don't think that argument's valid. I think it is as a general argument. Whatever you get used to will become more satisfying because you build up an expectation. But I think that's a separate argument to stuff being still good or bad. It's inherent qualities. And actually, I'd say the defining aspect of a good simulator with good force feedback is precisely that you don't need to have memorized it and got totally used to it. Like, it should convey to you what's going on. That's the whole thing. That's the whole point of, like, force feedback with both flight and driving sims. It should just make sense, like, within its own context. Argument destroyed! How long have we got? 15 minutes here until the next race. No, Wim was making a point, which is true. Like, what everything in life, it does it applies to everything. The more you do any activity, the more used to it you get, and the easier it gets to do the activity, which in and of itself is quite rewarding as a process. Like, that's what is quite a zen thing. It could be like the shittest activity, but if you keep doing it, you can actually find enjoyment in a lot of things, especially if it's something that you can see that you're getting better at. And especially something with feedback mechanisms. Now you just get worse at that as you get older, Vic. Yeah, watching. Yeah, you don't want to watch this. Terrible. I tell you what's strange about iRacing, though. With its nature, I find once you've got up to speed, it's a lot easier to stay up to speed, because you're not constantly trying to balance the car all the time and make all adjustments all the time. Once you've got it, you've got it. I find when we do sim racing, that's actually the same a bit in Project Cars too. But I find in AC, if I'm trying to race and be like, actually, you know, we're doing our community races, I find it quite mentally taxing to just drive, like, in a good way. But it's not like I just drive it and turn off. Like, I have to, like, concentrate on feeling what's going on through the force feedback to then balance the car at the limit. Worn out and obsolete. God damn. Man, I'm a Benedictine monk at the moment. I've forgotten what women look like. There's no extracurricular activities happening here. Front end feels gone. Yeah, mine went years ago. Yeah. Dust off the cobwebs. What's a good lap time around here? I tell you what, right? Even though sim software's a bit annoying at times, sim hardware's amazing. Like, seat sliders, sim rigs, you can't go wrong. You get a DD wheel, get a solid sim rig, it doesn't do you anything wrong. A nice button box, it just works, you know. We've hit the apex of sim hardware about like 5 years ago, well, maybe three years ago, with the DD wheels sort of becoming mass market. The software's way behind the hardware. That is bloody absurd that we've only, like, AC is the only simulator where you can actually drive properly in all the cars. That's it. One simulator. And not even ACC. Ah, Jesus. There should be, like, 4 sims like AC. 10 sims like R-Factor 2. Do you know what I mean? There's, you know, like 3 iRacings. There should be something like everyone knows AC is amazing handling, so why isn't there an iRacing AC yet? You know, it's been, how long's it been? Why haven't we had like a tire model arms race? Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, obviously there's the AC C-force feedback, but the handling in ACC's shit compared to AC as well. So, you know, I mean, it's better than iRacing, but it might be more realistic, but from a player's perspective, it's not as responsive as AC. So, you know, it might have more depth to it, and there's, you know, weather and everything. There might be more going on, but the cars. It's not necessarily a physics issue. It could be like a car implementation thing, combined with a more complex tyre model. It's just not as tight. I'm not going to be driving the cars in real life, so I'd rather have something that was just more responsive. Also, the bloody engine, the game engine runs slow as well, which is a bit of a problem. Well, there's I can't say. The Sims coming out in the future are likely going to be using existing physics engines, obviously, so that could be interesting. bad from a end user's perspective. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, you know, if a sim was 100% realistic, and you had to spend all the bollocks time moving your car around to the track and doing all the other crap that goes on with real world racing, and all the cost, then it would be a worse game. Yeah. I'm not playing Sims because they're a simulator. I'm playing Sims because they're the deepest games you can play. I'm not actually into... Well, I do like cars, but I'm not into it because of cars and racing. I'm into it because it's the richest gaming experience you can have. You know... If this was boat racing with top-notch force feedback, I'd be playing that, you know. I mean, if there were first-person shooters that had guns with realistic, you know, you were aiming like you're doing real life, and it had realistic force feedback on it. Tactical Haptics had done a gun like that. It's still not realistic. Then I'd probably be playing more games like that. You know, I'm pretty sure you're not playing ACC to train for real life, are you? So why do you care if it's more or less realistic in and of itself? Well, Stefano did say about adding force feedback to it potentially. I don't see how the dynamics of it translate well to the sort of player input that you have. I like the idea, but the problem is real world sailing, a lot of it is about how you move your weight around the boat. And obviously you can't do... Maybe you could do that in VR, but I don't see how it would work with that G4. It's like a motorbike simulator. It can't really work properly unless there was a total shift in available controls. Yeah, I don't disagree, Tortellini. So I see the realism as a sort of... Generally speaking, the more realistic... The better a sim will be, because real-world driving is particularly compelling as a thing, as an activity. I have a suspicion that the sloppy aspect of ACC, that like it is less. You would agree that ACC is less tight. Ignoring force feedback, the cars are less responsive than they are in AC, right? Or do you not agree? Like the profile of the vehicles they're less nimble than they are in Assetto? Or do you disagree? I mean, that could be a good or bad thing depending on what someone's looking for, but I think the handling in AC is more responsive than ACC. And again, so I say I think that's, to me, is what makes it more compelling. Part of me, I think that AC might actually be more realistic than ACC in terms of the end drive. I think it's more realistic. The difference is that ACC has way more. It's got different weather and all the other surface qualities and everything. So it's a more dynamic tyre model in that sense. Whereas AC only has just works in the one situation and just takes into account temperature, as far as I'm aware. So I think maybe that additional complexity to the tyres is what causes it to then not be as precise. Like if a simulator doesn't have to do as much because the remit of it is smaller, it's probably more likely to do that small remit better Yeah, I mean, if you do longer races, I mostly just do sprint races. Also, also like the force feedback thing is kind of crucial to my immersion and perception and enjoyment. Like, I don't know how people can. Like, if you take that component out, it just ruins it for me. It's tighter on the limit. Well, so another thing that seems to happen in ACC is that the angle of slip and the radius seems more predetermined than it does in AC, if that makes sense. So your entry speed, much like iRacing, is much more important than it is in AC. In terms of, in AC, you can adjust the turn radius and slip angle both independently, more so than you can in ACC. Certainly with the GT4 cars. Matty Matt, what do you say? I'm a physics enthusiast and sailing is all about physics, so I'd like it. Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be fun, that sailing game. I just don't see how it works with the current control. It's definitely not a mass market thing, but I mean, I don't care about that. I think there's an input issue. Erwin Lommer, Assetto Corsa. I don't know, if you've ever been on a track in real life in a car, it feels like there's infinite grip. Driving sims feel as if, like, other than AC with a DD wheel and maybe some cars in R-Factor 2 and Automobilista, driving sims tend to feel like cars are trying to, like, that they're struggling to drive quickly. It's sloppy at the limit, though. What do you mean? AC sloppy at the limit? I think AC has quite an accommodating slip angle. Yeah, you can do that in real life, though, Erwin. That's what that's realistic. Like, in real cars, even race cars, you can hold various slip angles through corners at different speeds. That's a fundamental aspect of real driving, and you know. Yeah, in real life, if you know what you're doing, it shouldn't be too hard. But I've never driven a real race car, so. And the only real cars I've driven are I've not done drifting, so. Andy, but that's if you're listening to idiots or not. Pretty much, whenever I've had conversations with real drivers and people that are both good at sim racing and real driving, they tend to pretty much say the same stuff. Like, they have preferences for which sim they enjoy more or less, but you can't. There's a lot of people that have no effing clue what they're talking about whatsoever. Cold tires. Isn't that because you're overdriving though? That's just down to you to not overdrive, Andy. Just don't overdrive. Just don't go into the corners with massive slip and you'll be fine. It won't overheat. That's on you. The fact that ACC innately doesn't allow you to do that's a negative for the sim. Yeah, I mean, maybe I partially agree with what you're saying, Tortellini. I think that's also what's going on with Race Room and Netcar Pro and Live for Speed as well. I think maybe because of the massive lack of feel in the sim, maybe you do artificially potentially need slightly wider slip angles for it to actually then be realistic. For it to actually respond as you'd expect it to. Also, you've got to add in the fact that there's delay between what's coming out, what's going on in the simulator, what's displayed on the monitor. Maybe less so now with gaming monitors, and going USB and the input and the force feedback and everything. That's adding like 10, 15, well up to like 30 milliseconds of delay in different areas. Yeah, Andy, the option is to not overdrive, though. Like, the option is at least there, you can just not do it. Like, I don't know why you don't do it in the other simulators. It might be how you're interpreting force feedback, or I don't know. But it's still, it's a choice. Ball bouncing physics were pretty good. Depending on how bouncy the ball was. If it was like a deflated cheapo ball. Do you remember those footballs you'd get in like the 90s that were shit? Those £5 footballs that would like just float, and then you kick them and they go because they're like oscillating and not rotating properly. And then you'd have the kid that brings the proper FIFA football, one of those £35 footballs. And everyone would be like, but then you kick it and your foot would hurt because they were so bloody heavy. Yeah. Once you've spun or something, Andy. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Because that would seem like a fairly simple thing to address. This would great to confuse the goalie. Yeah, well, it seems. I don't know, Andy. It seems like your complaint is more. That's like you just need to drive the sim better rather than it being a problem with the sim. Yeah, it works with GT4. You type that again, Tortellini, without being such a potty mouth. Well, you can drift in real life. Formula 1 cars can be drifted. I'm not saying that they can be drifted like in whatever simulator, but you can drift a Formula 1 car in real life with a race setup. You can see it in previous races. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much you can drift in those games, but my problem with AMS2 is the lift-off oversteer and complete lack of it. That's my issue with AMS2. They've fixed most stuff, but that lift-off oversteer, like, the cars just aren't hooked up. It's just very sloppy. I am quali now, yes. Oh, I need to take some fuel out there. They've improved AMS2, but it's it's just not as tight as even iRacing or AC. It's just mushy. But yeah, that lift off, the total lack of lift off oversteering within grip is I don't know. That seems like a that's so core to drive. I mean, like, even with this skipping now, like, if I'm going into the corner, it's like I'm turning and you see the tyres are scrubbing, the first thing you do is you lift off a little bit and it will start. I mean, obviously if you set the car up different it won't, but if the car's set up fairly neutral, you lift and shitting hell. Bollocks. Right, start that up again. Yeah, old man brake pedal. So I don't know why. Yeah. I keep forgetting, the first 2 laps in the Skippy, the tyres are really cold and mushy. Ah, no! I want to watch the start of Le Mans. I'll put it on my screen. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing with MS2. The downforce didn't seem to make any sense. Like, the cars, as you go faster, it doesn't feel like the cars are sticking to the road properly. The cars with downforce. Like, if you play R Factor 2, even iRacing, in the F3, F2, whatever, the range of grip dependent on downforce is like huge. I'd actually say that that's probably an issue with AC as well in some parts. Is that the grip fall off from downforce isn't abrupt enough. Bloody hell! Do you know what I mean? So in AC, it's like a linear increase. Whereas downforce in reality, I think, is exponential. It's obviously not that simple, but... Don't worry, Phantom. I've had like half an hour of complaining about the iRacing tire model already. I'm getting back on form. Making sure we get enough dislikes. I deviated from the Skippy. I need to ban myself from doing that. It's not good for karma. Well, that wasn't terrible. Do you know what I've just realised? The reason why I drove into the wall before is because the IR FFP changed the force feedback field, so I had to react to it different. Because you get a bit of... Actually calms the DD wheel down a bit. But you get different FFB cues than what you get from the default force feedback, so you have to take that differently. I might do. I don't know. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Ah, I'm screwed. Always ninth place.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park in the bathtub with wheels. On pole position, we have Pep Mayer. In second position, we have Javier Navarro 2. And third place on the grid, we have Matty Jones. The first nudist skip barber driver. He better not flip his vehicle or his genitalia could be grazing along the tarmac, which isn't comfortable, I can tell you from experience. Remember to use your brake pedals going into T1, and remember for the first 2 laps the car will be slippy. Good luck and have fun.
Oh, yeah, I need to put that on. It's on YouTube, isn't it?
I actually thought they might have added a race presenter. I thought that was a crowd caller.
You're playing iRacing, your premium online driving simulator with tyres that don't work properly. Thank you for your monthly subscription to this service. Your money is being used to prop up the American economy. It is much appreciated. Join us on iRacing.com for esports events and exciting racing. We'll be adding more cars to the simulator rather than fixing issues with existing cars. Not to make more money, but to make the service better for all the iRacers, boys and girls.
I was kind of hoping they were spending my money on prostitutes.
Please be reminded not to say offensive things in chat, as it can result in a ban from the service. Wait, where's the Le Mans? I'm going to put this on in the background. Not on YouTube. Oh no, we're going to try to get it on background. Oh, I need to put enough fuel in my car as well. Almost made a huge error there. Oh God!
Do all of you guys run a manual clutch with this thing?
No. Yeah, bro, it's quicker.
Why is it not showing me live stuff?
I only ever use the clutch at the start. Never on shifts.
No, where's the main stream?
Always clutch down, shifts, lift for up.
Guys, what's the main Le Mans stream called? Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's not it! Oh no!
Also, we need to brake for corners, that's important.
Ah!
Traditionalist.
Green flag, green flag.
I've got it!
Oof.
Oh no, that's a full race replay! Oh no! I'm trying to browse the internet whilst doing the start of a Skip Barber race.
It counts. 1.
I typed WEC. Oh no, come on.
Just as well I got the brown race suit on.
Ow!
Ooh, and there comes turning again. Second guy, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no! Let's say full race replay, it's not even happened yet. Ah, now it's... Ah, Jesus. Tell me what the title of the YouTube video is. The YouTube live stream of it. Oh, you idiot. Oh, he's wrecked me. God, oh, Jesus. He's wrecked the back of my car. Wow. These guys are driving like drunks. I know, car's still competitive despite having someone ramp over us. Alright, forced me a bit wide. Motor Trend. Is that... No, I need it on a YouTube channel. Don't have real TV. Oh, how am I in third place whilst browsing the internet? They're racing monster trucks at Le Mans. Why don't they enter a monster truck one year? Just drive over the field. Instant win. Oh, I think I found it. Have they just started? Oh, there you go. They're just rolling now. Oh, perfect. Perfect. No, it's on YouTube. Eurosport on YouTube. Genius. Night, night, Antoine. They're just coming over the finish line now, the LMP cars. There you go. Wave the flag. And they're off! There it is, guys. Perfect. Look how fast those cars are. Imagine being at the front. Imagine being on the front of the field at Le Mans. Like 320 cars behind. I mean, how many people are in it? It's like, is it like 60 or 70 cars? A little bit. I guess being in front is probably the best, least stressful place to be. You want to be in the mid of a pack. I've got Eurosport live streaming on YouTube. Yeah, but Toyota will get disqualified at the end for cheating on having too low a floor or suspension or something. It's Toyota Race Series. It's retired Formula 1 driver, rich man, Toyota Racing, 24. You've got like the GT class cars there, haven't you? You've got like 6 different types: Porsche, Ford, Ferrari. You know, GTE. Just ignore the LMP cars. Yeah, I don't think it's called that. I think this could be a dodgy stream. I wonder how much environmental damage 24 hours of these cars driving around circles does. A max pelt. This is a race. And of course I have my 100% attention on the race. I'm not reading a live stream chat, watching an endurance race, whilst also driving at the same time. Hey, I'm in third place though, so... Oh, where's he going? Yeah, the LMP cars just exist as something to drive into the GTE cars. Think of them as like moving bollards. Yeah, 24 Hours of Le Mans trying to accelerate the that process. They're doing everyone a favour. They're bringing the future closer to us. They could use the catchment fencing to hold the people in. Type in 24 hours of Le Mans live stream and it should come up on YouTube. If you scroll down, you should see what's live. You put a plastic bottle in the recycling bin this morning. What are you playing at? You know what? You should get the plastic bottle and you should burn it in a coal fire. 10 dolphins of damage. You should have filled the plastic bottle with stones and then posted it to China. You should fill it with molten lead, which obviously would melt the plastic so it wouldn't work. But yeah, fill it with molten lead and then post it to China with a return address. And don't pay quite enough postage for it to be covered. It's genius. Maximum inefficiency. Oh no, my mouse cursor is not even on the simulator. There we go. Click on the correct screen here. There we go. Would the world be a better place if we just got rid of all real-world motorsport? Wouldn't the net benefit actually be quite positive? Like, do we actually need endurance racing? If you were to quantify the damage that endurance racing does to the environment, and says the man playing a driving simulator, but you know, what if all the intellect, resources and money that went into endurance racing went into like endurance poverty fixing? We could have a 24 hours of malaria prevention race to cure malaria, live streamed. Race to homeless children in India. Or race to stop homelessness in the UK. A 1 week race to see who can get the most homeless people off the street. Televised. Will they take each other out? Bloody charity streams. Charity. What if he isn't though, James? What if he actually like murders babies or something, and then he does the charity stream as a very public way to be like, he's done charity stream. I have a suspicion that live streaming charity streams are a very inefficient way of generating money for a given cause. Here we go. Close the gap here. Yeah, I think the Game Tech guy he's probably all right. I don't really know him that well. I know. No, I've met him in real life once. I don't really know him. I'm just joking. I'm sure he is nice, but he could be a murderer. Cancer's caused by watching my live streams as well. Inoperable brain tumours in every single viewer. Fortunately, it causes a degree of delirium that makes people become channel members before they die, so I'm benefiting from it, so it's alright. Can't knock the Kipper Dipper. Yeah, I've not watched any, I just don't know him. I just think he, you know, he probably murders people, but he's probably alright. He seemed friendly when I met him. But he probably murders people. But, you know, it could be like a friendly murderer. You never know. Like, you can't just judge people. Like, just because they murdered someone doesn't mean they're all bad. I mean, the Conservative Party have murdered approximately 10,000 plus people needlessly. It's not a problem. So, you know, you can't judge people for a few deaths here or there, can you? That was today's Tory bash.
Dude.
This stream's Tory bash is brought to you by iRacing Skip Barber. Yeah, they've made a mistake though because they've killed too many old people, and that's like their voters, or some of their voters. They might have miscalculated things. Green, green, green. Oh god, I'm so slow through here. I wonder how much it costs in fuel to do 24 hours of Le Mans in an LMP car. Or like how much each lap costs in fuel. I imagine the cars use up quite a lot of fuel. Can't be as bad as an aeroplane though. Oh, that was a sick entry. Oh, look at these lines, guys. Like a grandma with a knitting stick. Can we have a vote in chat? Is the Le Mans race circuit a boring race circuit? Yes or no? Oh, it looks like people are conflicted. Thank you for subscribing. We've had 2 subscribers today. No one subscribes to the live streams. It's really weird. If I do a YouTube video, I get like 100 subscribers. If I do a live stream, I get 2. I'm not getting the message yet. I think I've been hinted at that the live streams aren't very popular, but I'll do what I want to do. I'll be controlled by YouTube and its algorithms. Next video, Minecraft. Next video will be a video on Battlegrounds. Oh, what is he doing? Oh! Shumi's King, are you there? I'm going to tell you something awesome. Are you there? Shumi! Shumi is King. Is he listening in the background? Just waiting to complain about iRacing. I can tell him something amazing. Blow his mind. Twats 420? It is, yeah. Live streams are for the terminally ill viewers. Videos are for the more wider audience. It's a good point. People still channel members despite me not doing anything this month, which is mental. They probably just forgot they got a channel membership. That probably explains that. You know, guys, if you do become a channel member, let's give it an advertisement here. You get icons, woo! More importantly, your text gets highlighted in purple, so I know to ignore you. Wow. That's really worth £5 a month, isn't it? Any of you that aren't channel members, would you become channel members for a different... Is it too expensive? Is it just a matter of principle? Maybe you just have a bit of common sense and realise sending money to a bold git that doesn't produce much content is a waste of money. Hello, Matt McRae. After your shopping trip. Hope you bought what you were looking for, and I hope you didn't catch any viruses. Sorry, twats. Not a Toma. Fair enough, Erwin. You're excused. I find it amazing that people, are members at all. I'm only a member of Mr. Potato. Forgotten his name. Lawrence, DeSoa, and Random Call Sign. That's it. Oh, what a pass! Yeah, I'm not... Well, Amazon could do better with their employment, but they're going to have robots at some point anyway. I'm not too... Google doesn't bother me that much. I mean, could be better. Facebook bothers me. But yeah, no, I'm alright with Google and... what was the other one? Facebook really... Something about just... Because I don't mind YouTube as a social media platform. I don't think it's that toxic. I think the comment section can be toxic, but YouTube videos are normally not that bad because it requires a medium amount of effort. But actually, there's a load of shit on YouTube. But you know what I mean? It's not like Instagram or TikTok or Facebook. Do you know what I mean? Or Twitter. I think those are just bad for everyone. Whereas I don't think YouTube is particularly. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. Like, YouTube's not universally bad, whereas I think Facebook is pretty much universally bad. I'd be screwed though if I do have a Facebook account, I just don't use it. You're not really around that much, I know. This last month's been a bit rubbish for me, really, so it's my excuse. I'd have been sacked if I had a real job. I'd have to sack myself. But then that makes it even worse for you guys, so... Oh, no! 2 laps to go. Boiling. Open the window, I think. Wait, someone crashed? I didn't notice that. Oh yeah, after this race I'm going to try R Factor 2 again. Ah, T's awesome. I was thinking, if I had to, like, give up tea for, like, 6 months, but, like, I genuinely get very excited for cups of tea. I'm genuinely like, oh, this really... You know when you're a kid and you get excited for Christmas, like that sort of anticipation, and you're like, ooh, presents, what am I going to get? And normally it's not what you wanted. But, you know that Christmas excitement you have before you become disillusioned with the world as a child? I still get that for cups of tea. I'm like, oh, there we go. Look at that. Oh, Jesus. Through the brake marker and into the wall. Merry Christmas. 3rd place. Off we go to the jungle.
Very good job.
Oh, shit. He, like, proper bin bagged. Sucks. 38 minutes. 20 minutes in. 22 minutes in. 22 minutes in and you're out. They're not allowed to tow it back to the pit, are they? You can drive it back to the pit. But if you have to be towed back to the pit, it's game over. Ah, shit. And then just think that's... How many drivers do they have? Is it 4 drivers or 3? Yeah, he was just avoiding the knobbler. I raced. And the guy that caused it just drove off. What a dick. He got on the throttle too much. Oh, Jesus, that sucks. Like, think of how much money. Oh, my God. I mean, to be fair, he overreacted to avoid it. It is his fault for overreacting. You should have played more iRacing to know how much to react to someone losing it in front of you. That sucks. I mean, it wasn't his fault, really. Ah, God. That's like... That is literally... Just think how much preparation goes into driving that. It's like what? £50,000 per driver? Probably more, actually. Probably like... No, I think that's about... It's about 50 grand per driver in GTE, isn't it? Well, Twox, the Ferrari did a 360 no-scope and rejoined the track perfectly fine. Can't do that in iRacing. Jesus. Yeah, hang on, let's Google this. Do you guys like having the chat here? What do you think about the camera down here? Is that alright? Is it better up the top? I was thinking more if you've got... Don't they have like 4 drivers? Or do they just have 3 drivers? I thought they had like 4 drivers. Or is 4 the maximum? I can't remember with Le Mans. I always forget these things. Right, let's have a look at it. Cost... Oh, jeez. Cost to drive GTE Le Mans... Well, actually, no. It'd be more like 100,000 because you have to have your race license as well, which costs at least 5 grand to get. Then obviously all the practice time and everything. It's just going to be at least another 15, 20 grand. The further away from your face, the better. Okay. Is this what you want? Is that better? There you go. I could put the camera in a next door neighbour's house. Here we go. How much does a drive at Le Mans cost? Wild speculation online. Audi R10 TDI project costs 15 million a year. Okay. So it's not gonna be $1 million per driver with a I'm sure it'd be like 100,000. Oh, here we go. 2010. 12,000 an hour at the Classic. So that's not... 37,000 euros. Yeah, I think... Yeah, give between 50 and 100,000. Let's say 80,000 then. Let's just make it up. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it seems like just looking online, around about 60 to 70,000 seems to be the general price point if you were a single driver. But I imagine you could pay less or more depending on how long, how long your stint's going to be. Like maybe you could pay if you drive with a 3-car team and you're just doing a single stint or something. I don't know. Well, yeah, I'm talking about purely pay to drive drivers, James, not the top people. But it's more going to be who you know, though, isn't it? $3 to $5 million if you were gonna, if you had to buy like an existing team, like a GTE car. $600,000. Totally. We were just looking at I was just googling online to see how much it cost to drive like a GTE car in Le Mans. And it seems anything between 60 and 600,000 pounds so far. I imagine you unless you're super rich, getting to the car as well is quite a process, like all the licensing and everything. But if you've got money, you can do whatever you want. So. No, I wouldn't bother. I mean, it's like my hair, Erwin. I don't care. I couldn't give a shit how I look. Fortunately, you can bamboozle women with just talking shit to them. So looks aren't completely. As long as you're not morbidly obese, yeah, I don't care. Well, the thing is, you can do Formula Ford for 200,000 a year. And that's for a year. That's for what is that? 8 races or something. But obviously, Le Mans some weird. It's is in and of itself a big thing. Fishing derby. It'd be really interesting. Misha would know. You know, the guy that does the... well, he would know the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. Is it cheaper to do the 24 Hours of Nürburgring than it is 24 Hours of Le Mans? Because I'd rather do the Nordschleife. It'd be much more... I'd shit myself, but it'd be really fun to do. Right, I was going to try some R Factor 2 here. I can't believe that guy binned it in how depressing would that be? Game over. And that's what can happen. All your money's gone. And you did like 30 minutes. Absolute denied. Oh yeah, that's it. You can't just do you actually have to have done a bunch of races as well. Yeah, I forgot about that. I need to eat like an apple pie or something here. I'm flagging a bit. R Factor 2, play. Oh dear. Oh. Sound like a vintage car that won't start. Right, how do we get... where should I put my camera? What do you guys think? Low, high? Just imagine if I was like a really hot girl doing this. It'd be so much better for everyone. Do you know, if you could have like a sex change that was actually good, like it worked really well and it wasn't painful and it wasn't a total pain in the arse. And you know, if someone said, "Look, you can be an absolutely stunning lesbian and not have to have periods," I'd be tempted. Like if everything worked like it should do, that wouldn't be that bad, would it? And then I could be a DD girl, sorted. That's better. That's better positioning, I think. Is that better? Now I look like a mini muscle. Yeah, I don't care. Guys hit on me anyway. As a bloke. Nothing would have changed. Oh, I don't know. I'm neutral. As to being a man or a woman. I just wouldn't want periods. That's all. That shit's ridiculous. Like that's the worst part of being born as a woman, having to have periods. What a disaster. Is that better? Is that a better camera angle there, guys? Is that maximum arousal? Should ask some female viewers. Hello, viewers. Okay, so chat, guys. Serious question. If you could be changed into a super hot model woman, like a really good looking woman, and you don't have periods, and it's painless, like basically, you just wake up the next day and you're like a absolutely stunning woman. You're not like you still have the same preferences. So if you're straight, you'd be a lesbian. How many of you would go for that? How many? I doubt there's any women watching. So who would go for that as an option? I mean, you'd want to be able to change back again. You'd be like, oh, I don't know, because you don't know if you'd like it. Now, what if you could wake up the next day as an absolutely stunning, like Hollywood Hollywood actor, but you don't have to do anything to maintain the body. So it's just natural. You don't have to like dehydrate yourself or anything. I don't think I'd want to be that muscular actually. Right, single player. The right stuff here. I'd like to be able to switch between stunning lesbian and hairy bet. If you switch fast enough, you could like you're sorted. You can make love to yourself. That's what happens. Well, B-Sim, yeah. It's more just like a lot of women have problems with them in terms of pain and discomfort and everything. If you could have periods and there was no issues associated with it, then it'd be all right. But it's not my experience with female friends. So it seems to be a rather faulty part of the human body. It doesn't seem to work entirely efficiently or painless. It's like wisdom teeth. What is that about? Like, how many people have to have their wisdom teeth removed? It's just... oh, here we go. I've got the game here. Is that a better camera angle? I don't know if that's better or not. Ah! Men get prostate issues. Yeah, I guess so. It's in Donington Park. What car should I go for? I should do the Radical. Yes. Session settings. There we go. Yeah, well, everyone's pretty confused anyway, so it's fine. Okay. See how this goes. All right, Twox, thanks for tuning in, man. I don't like the new UI that much. A stunning Hollywood-esque lesbian playing our Factor 2. Well, you wouldn't know she was a lesbian. I mean, you would get guys just constantly go... Yeah, that is annoying. Like, girls I know that live stream or just game in general. It's like constant. They change their hair or something. Everyone's like, you changed your hair. Look what you done with your hair. Oh, what you like what you done with your makeup? Hello, Mark P. For some reason, I never get people commenting about my hair. It's quite upsetting. Oh, we had another donation, and I forgot to add a teacup. Short hair. I quite like that permed hair for some reason. I don't know why. I realised a while back, I was like, hang on a minute. seem to like women with puffy hair. I don't know what's happened. She's gonna go crazy. Oh. Hang on. Oh yeah. What? What? Got to keep the throttle down here. I need to increase the steering lock. Yeah, but I stalled it not putting enough throttle on. Oh, that's because there's a big dead zone on my clutch. Oh dear. Where's my speed limiter? There we go. What? What's going on with that helicopter? Hello, Chris Legg. How's it going, man? Oh, man. Woo! Taking a quick break from crashing. I've not tried the M4s. Currently using T300. Just get an open wheel rim for the T300, and then at a later date upgrade to a CSL Elite or a Fanatec DD or a Simucube 2. Right. Oh. Well, that would explain that. I was wondering why it's a bit sloppy. 540. Where's the steering? Steering lock. There we go. Wheel range. What else do I want to check? Oh yeah, force feedback. Did that actually save those settings? I hope it did. Where's the force feedback setting? Force feedback smoothing 4 because it wasn't enough. Weird bumpiness to it. Yeah, the Thrustmaster Formula rim is actually really quite nice. That's not right. Yeah, there's something wrong with this car coming out of the pits. It's like the clutch bite point's in a really weird position. I don't know. So steering's still to make it more responsive. I don't know if you can drive this with a bit of slip. Should be able to because it's a radical. Yeah, well, I've been to Donington in real life. It's only 2 polygons. Donington in real life, the whole area looks like an N64 game. This car really bogs down going up the hill. Oh, it's so sensitive to that. I gave it a bit of extra brake coming over the top there, and it was too much for it. I need to... Kappa, welcome, and Barnsey. This is just single player at the moment. I'm just messing around. Just want to show my respect. Don't have respect for YouTubers. Jeez, no respect for YouTubers. Quality stream, appreciate it. You might want to speak to a doctor about that. Motorised strimmer. Well, it's a motorbike in real life, so I guess it is. It is a motorised strimmer. Where's the controls? Oh, there we go. Right in front of me. Starter is what I want. Ignition, that would do. Oh, starter and ignition. Okay. Apparently, does R Factor 2 have a limit of... Has it got a limit of devices you can use? Oh. Wow. What? Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Let's just use these. Hello, Paul Smith.
Hello, Paul Smith. Welcome to the channel.
I don't know GT. I don't know about GTR 3. I don't know what's going on with that. Right. I'm all right. Yeah, doing okay. How are you doing? How's the green screen? I'm a little bit tired. I woke up at 3 o'clock in this morning. So, a little bit tired, but I'm alright. We had some alright racing in the Skippy, and then I tried driving the F3, and I was like, iRacing made me annoyed. The physics, the tyre model. Bloody iRacing tyre model!
This is a terrible tyre model!
That's what women say to iRacing. Oh, he went out to see Tram. The only reason Paul Smith goes outside to look at a train. No other reason. He'll brave COVID for a train. can, it seems when it goes out, you are a passenger to it. Like, I think you just have to wait for the grip to come back. It's not like my steering. Hello, Euditis. It's not like you can use any control of the car when you're in that. Like, you can go over the limit. Yeah, I was always surprised how good mobile phone streaming works. Yeah, well, that's it. That's all that matters in driving sims is the controllable slip. It just slops over as it lightens up over that. I don't feel like I can play with it. Don't know if that's just I need to drive different. It's weird, actually. I don't know, I squeaked there. It's weird how R-Factor 2 has a kind of race roomy, still has like an aspect of it that's R-Factory. It definitely feels better than iRacing though, I think. Like, the car definitely feels really connected to the road in R-Factor 2. And it's the track's not worn in, has it? Let's go to the race and see how that goes. How do you go next session? Can't remember this. There we go. Are you playing iRacing tonight, Paul? Why is my brightness settings all messed up? Feel better when it gets colder. Ah, no. PAX event. Oh, the helicopter's actually working. Whoops. Okay, Burnsy 919, I'll do that. And we've got like 4 helicopters for this exclusive SR3 race. I mean, it's such a shame that iRacing doesn't drive like this. Like, this car in iRacing, oh Jesus, he's breaking a lot there. Be fantastic. No R-Factor 2 server guide. Although, to be honest, I was reluctant to play some simulators in the past. But I think I might just play them, whatever. I have to let people know what we're playing. Ah, the flat spotting. It's so easy to flat spot your tyres in this. I forgot about that. I locked up on that other corner and that's it. Flat spotted. Well, because I don't like generally people. Quite a few people buy stuff if I'm playing it, and I don't want people to spend money on something that I might not be playing a lot of. I mean, obviously it's their free will what they buy or not, but it does. People do tend to buy stuff because they want to join in. So I just feel bad if people that don't have much money buy things and I don't use it much. Well, this is like on another like I don't get iRacing. It's just complete shit. I mean, why do you have to be so vindictive about driving sims? You know, you don't have to play them. But how the hell does iRacing have this reputation as being like even passable with its tyre model? It's complete bollocks. R-Factor 2, ACC, AC, Live for Speed, Race Room, absolutely shit on iRacing's end drive. Maybe not with the Skippy. Skippy's okay. I give it. Skippy gets a pass. I'm not saying if it's hard to program physics. I mean, if I tried to program a physics engine, let's be real, the car probably wouldn't even draw it. Like, you know, I have actually tried to program physics in ActionScript program. Like, I appreciate it's not easy at all. You know, it's mental. It's insane. But putting that aside, come on, just how much? It'd be better for everyone if iRacing just had R-Factor 2 physics. No, it's all right. I'm not doing this for viewers. Dedicated fans stick around. The hardcore muscle men. Yeah, I quite enjoyed Race Room. Mario Kart actually has quite complicated handling to it. Like, even that is difficult to do. Yeah, the grip definitely comes back a lot faster when the track's coming a bit. Well, you know, I'm just... Look, Wim, if iRacing was not an online service, no one would be playing it at all. Everyone would be like, oh, that's got shit physics, so ignore that. It's purely because it's got the online ranking thing that it's stuck around. That's it. And the Skip Barber, which is an okay car. Overrace is actually all right in iRacing because you don't... You get different types of physics issues from the oval racing because it's you know, it's more about car setup issues that you get with that. But the actual handling mechanics are fine for oval racing because you're not turning left and right so much. They should start a petition for iRacing to start using R-Factor 2 physics engine. The iRacing graphics engine is quite good. But people say that... So this is what I don't understand, is people that are critical of iRacing's graphics, because I like it. Like, it looks... In VR, it looks great. Track models are nicely detailed. The car models are fine. The car sounds are fine. It's just the tyre model that's shit. Everything else is really good. Netcode is 50-50. There's aspects of the netcode that are really good. and aspects that are really bad. If the netcode's good, if they reduced, if they made it so that people couldn't join with absolutely atrocious pings, I think that's what causes the netcode issues. So yeah, I think iRacing actually has good netcode. To be honest, the netcode in ACC is really good. Well, I mean, I guess you could argue that the only valid thing you could say about the graphics in iRacing, I think, is it runs slower than it should relative to how it looks. If that makes sense. Like, AC looks nicer than iRacing and runs faster. Yeah, Azaris, the thing is, players come because of the ranking system. Well, that was quite... that was better than... This is better than any car in Automobilista 2, and better than anything in iRacing, and just different from AC, but not in a bad way. Oh, Jesus, Simracing is so effing annoying. It's so annoying. Simracing. Why Simracing should go and itself. Paul Smith, you're a mother. You bastard. That's the best. I need one of these like in real life. I need a t-shirt with a beat button on it. Go and yourself. What a load of you head. V Monique, you're a complete. Oh shit, I missed it. I missed it. Oh, you know. Why don't you go yourself? You head. Yeah, we need one of these buttons on a t-shirt. Titanic's sinking again. Right. Oh, Jesus. Why do we sim race? Yeah, right. Yeah. That. I don't know the solution for something like Race Room. To me, actually, I do know the solution for Race Room. What they need to do with Race Room is they need to make it so that you get all the tracks. The tracks need to be free. And so you just need one GT3 car. And there should be... it should actually be free. Like one GT3 car, or one car for each class, and you get all the tracks, right? And then you can optionally buy different cars and different car skins, and they have loads of car... They should have loads of car skins. And so it is genuinely free to play, and then have the ranked servers, because people are all about EP and B sim racing, so that the physics are crap, but the online competition system is the only fully fledged online competition system in sim racing with like elo ranking. That's it. It's, you know, like there's a reason why I play Rocket League and Counter-Strike but don't play other computer games that don't have online ranking systems, because that's for driving sims especially. Any competitive sport game, you have to have a ranking based system, otherwise it doesn't work. And motorsport especially, because one person can ruin the race for everyone. Azaris, well, that's what I'm saying. It's as an optional, so people can basically play it all for free. But if you want to buy into it, then you can spend more money. So, but you know, whatever they're doing is probably making money. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have done it. If I ever bump into Klaus, what's he called? Is it Klaus Winkelmann? KW, the guy that owns the KW suspension. He owns Race Room. Klaus something or other. if I bump into him, he probably won't want to talk to me because he'll be like, you're just a YouTuber. Don't talk to me. Don't waste my time, you internet idiot. That's what he'd say. But I'll tell him. He'll listen to me. I bought all the content last year for €60. Haven't used any of it. Well, that sucks. Right, what did Ferrari wanted me to use a Ferrari at... Where was it? Sebring. Hang on. Hang on. Well, I'll just do that. Ferrari. Which Ferrari? I don't have it. Band? Or is it like... Yeah, you just got bad taste, Wim. I can't help you. sorry to... You know... Right, I've got to get some music on here first. I'm absolutely starving. Let's put some jazz music on. I've got Le Mans on in the background. It's nothing really happens in Le Mans for hours, so... Oh, no, we need some like funk, not jazz. No, that'll do. I do not have a Ferrari, but I've got a Porsche, so we could try that. If you had the iRacing competition system in R Factor 2, you would not play. You play R Factor 2 instead, guaranteed. You know I'm right. Where's this? What is wrong with me? Porsche. There we go. Let's do this one. You know I'm right. Yeah. Well, no, but then if they all had that, if they all had it, then obviously you'd pick AC. It has to be built into the sim though, and it has to be done in a certain way for it to be viable with driving sims, given how few people play driving sims. Man, I've spent 2,000 hours on Counter-Strike Go purely because of the ranking system. The itchy ear. Can I have a refund on my ears, please? Wow, this game loads quickly. Paul Smith, yeah. Well, you know, can't have everything. But I think I'd say R Factor 2 has better handling than Race Room, or more interesting handling than Race Room. I don't mind how Race Room handles, but I think R Factor 2's got better handling, more interesting, more depth to it. I find when you get to the limit, oh shit! Did I not start in this? Why am I driving at night? Oh, come on. Like, okay, why did it not just take the settings from the previous session? Why is this all messed up? I hope this loads quicker. Yeah. I mean, I don't enjoy racing now particularly. Bloody driving sims, guys. I would take R Factor 2 or AC or even Live for Speed with iRacing system, and that's what I need. That's what we don't have. I mean, we've got the Simracing system as a nice attempt at it, but they often pick really terrible cars. Also, the really nice thing in iRacing, I quite like the UI in the actual server, the replay system, and like being able to chat with people and stuff and abuse them is really nice as well. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Look at that concrete texture. I like a bit of concrete texture. Right, let's see how this goes. Yeah, what it's doing is oscillating a bit. What? Why? iRacing physics are terrible. If anyone thinks that, if anyone picks iRacing physics as their preference, they've got brain damage. It's literally the worst part of iRacing is its physics. Yeah, Simracing system. What they need to do is have one championship that's a Skippy type car, one thing that's like a GT3 type car, and one thing that's a Formula. Do you know what I mean? Maybe a vintage car, and then just do that. Rotate the tracks. I'll ask Enrique. The thing is, if I have when I've done my own events, it's like, well, that's a weekly event. Oh man, this is pretty good. So much more engaging than, I mean, me. Is the beep working? Because if it's not, then this stream is being demonetized. Not that I get much ad revenue from live streams, but like this is so engaging. Track looks really nice as well. Like, graphics are fine here as well. I mean, a little bit, the cockpit could be a bit better, obviously, but the track graphics are nice. Yeah, the structural aspects of iRacing it's convenience, isn't it? Really, and convenience is the most important thing for any product. People will always pick a shitter product if it's more convenient, unless there's another product of equal or very near equal convenience that's better. Oh dear, I'm making that. The force feedback's a little bit over the top, but I can dial that down. It's very hot as ice. Whoa, bloody hell! This track is bumpy. See, how this is moving the wheel is really close to how you see the wheel moving on boards and what have you. Really tight. Yeah, the polish consistency. Yeah, I agree with you. It's very consistent across the board. Like it, but that's because it's the same bloody game for the past decade. So you that's what comes with that kind of a thing. mean, you can say that AC's the same, to be fair. Like, Ace, especially with Content Manager, everything drives really nicely, and it's very easy to get into. Man, why can't iRacing drive like this? It's so, like, pliable. This is what these cars should be like this, and a complete piece of piss to drive. But very hard to be super quick with. This is fantastic. What? Ah, missed the breakpoint. Why isn't iRacing like this? I hate simulators. I don't play a sim for like 2 weeks. Go back to driving sims. Ah, Jesus. It's right. I don't know, Erwin, it's just shit physics. It's not to do with them designing it to be hard. It's just, I say shit physics. Again, physics are mental to program, so saying shit physics is a bit harsh on the physics programmer that's done a good job, relatively speaking. But, well, not relatively speaking. It's not intentional. It's just they've tried to build as best physics as they can within the construct that they've got. That's all it is. Yeah, that's like this weird myth that people think that it's by design to be hard or easy. I can't think of a single case outside of like F1 2020 type game. And in that case, it's trying to just make something more drivable because they know it's unrealistic. Well, it's because they all use the same tire model, Erwin. No, so there's fundamental issues with the iRacing tyre model, but the car, I mean, the suspension is probably fine. Other aspects of the car implementation, the data's probably correct. They put a lot of work into all the cars. The thing is, if your tyres are bollocksed, whoa! Force feedback just turned off then. Went to one direction. If your tyres are messed up, you could have the most realistic car data in the world. It won't make any difference. Hello, Central Scrutinizer. I think the last tyre model is quite an improvement in that there's more controllable slip at the limit. Like, it's more pliable, but then it still seems to not actually drive in a realistic way. I think they know how it is, but they just can't fix it. Because they don't know how to fix it within their current physics engine. Yeah, well, that's another thing, AB, as well. Oh, bollocks. I thought I'd have more grip. I need to turn this force feedback a bit harsh. I'm going to use the wheel smoothing. It'll be better. Well, the issue they have from a development perspective with something like iRacing is you have lots of individual cars and different content that you don't want to break with an update. So, if they make a change in one place, it can break something else. And with the amount of money you have on people that are subscribers that only race one or two different cars, it's not. To be honest, if iRacing had realistic tyres, it would probably blow the minds of most iRacers would probably think it was them broken because they've got so used to how iRacing drives. That has actually happened when they've done improvements that genuinely in the right direction. A lot of iRacers complain that it's unrealistic. I don't think it's motivation to fix it. As I say, if you do a drastic change on the tyres, that changes content that then might actually break content in a more binary broken sense. No, in that you couldn't actually run a proper series, or there'd be like some very obvious exploit or something, if that makes sense. But you'd think when they added new cars that they could then do something, but I don't know. I don't think Erwin, it's not designed like that. It's just not how it works. They don't sit down and go, right, how can we make this harder or easier? That's just not how sims are approached from a development perspective. What is... Bloody hell. I think I need to do like three or so laps before the fronts actually grip. Until that point, no. They didn't know. I'm telling you, that's just not how it works. That's just not how you develop simulators or games. Well, maybe arcade games. But you don't. That's just not how sims are developed. If anything, if you were going to develop a sim from a business perspective, you'd be like, right, how can we make this as easy and as approachable as possible? Because it will get more users that way. That is so. If anything, the motivation is the complete opposite. No, Erwin, that's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you for a fact. That's not how it works. Bloody hell, we nearly killed someone. Literally no driving sim do they sit down and go, right, how can we build this so it's easy? Or how can we build this so it's hard? That's just not what it is. They sit down and they go, right, how can we make... The physics programmer just keeps implementing tyres over and over and over again, hammering away to try and get the most realistic response out of the game engine. That's like... The programmer's not concerned on easy or hard. They're concerned on, right, does this seem realistic or not? Is the data that's coming out of this from what I put in, does that seem to be what would happen with what we've got for what happens in real life? What you're saying, Erwin, is mental. It just doesn't make sense on any level. Yeah, but the programmer makes a tyre model, and that's the component of iRacing that's mental. The cars are just implemented off the data they've got to hand. So yeah, in some scenarios, the people implementing the cars might put in stuff so that it's more easy to control or something. But if you can't actually drive on the limit in the sim, then you can't do anything with the car. Like if a tyre model has to be at a certain level, well, a given physics engine has to either offer the ability for the car implementer to be able to put data in such that it changes the innate handling quality, or it has to just be a good enough tyre model in the first place so that when you put the data in for the car, it ends up being somewhat correct. Yes, you can slide a car, but that's not the issue. This is a OMP Trecento steering wheel on a Fanatec Podium direct drive wheelbase. I need more rear brake bias. So it turns in a bit sooner on the braking. I need to actually bind it, that would help. Brake bias. What? What's my button box now? Oh, yeah. Jesus Christ. You can only have... You can only have, like... Oh, there you go. Okay. I think you can only have 4 devices for R-Factor 2, and I've got like 12 USB devices plugged in. Erwin, well, no, it's not. That's the point. All right, Paul Smith. If you make a car that drives like an iRacing car, it will still be beholden to the underlying tyre model and physics of that other simulator. So you could have a car that's very sensitive. Well, a good example is Sean Clark's car mods. It's still, at the end of the day, once you get over the limit, you're then noticing the specific character of the AC tyre model. And the fact that it's way more pliable. Yeah, I'm just, it's a fact. I'm not even discussing it anymore. It's an objective fact that... I don't know what you've got a problem with. Whoa, Jesus. No, but I'm telling you it is. So, I mean, I guess you don't believe me if you don't want to, but anyone that's done any games development will be like, yeah. Yes, it's a really nice track. Well, I don't know what you're saying. It literally just, it doesn't make any sense what you're saying. So separate to this point you're making, your idea that they're designing the cars on purpose to be hard in iRacing. Oh, Jesus. No. I need more grip through that. That's just not true. So, and not even, it just, there's no logic to that. Yeah, you can set a car up in R-Factor 2, AC, whatever. You can get a mod car and generally make it drive like iRacing cars. Yeah, but it will still also have the innate physics qualities of each given physics engine, unless. Well, no, yeah, in all. So, for example, Automobilista 2, right, still has innate qualities to the physics that Project Cars 2 and other Madness Engine Sims has. Every single car in AC has physics properties, innate physics properties to every single car in AC, because it's using the same math fundamentally to, you know, the math's taken a bunch of car properties and then, you know, but it's still that the equation for how the tyres operate is the same. So as a driver, it's like it's like the equivalent of having. You could have any car. If you put a certain type of tyre on different cars, that tyre will have its character that tyre has. Hello, Scruff. Yeah, Erwin, but the way you're talking about it is it's like you're someone that has a vague idea of how it works, but not like you don't fully understand it, and then you're making like weird assumptions. You're wrong and you should feel bad. You can say that. You're gonna have to be more clear. Yeah, if you're gonna say I'm wrong, you need to explain in what way so I can understand what you're saying. Because you're not making a very good argument. Hot shot racing. Yeah, and I'm telling you, you're wrong. Even if you look. Build any car in AC. Right, put it this way. If you blindfolded me and told me to drive any car in AC, mod car or whatever, I could tell you that I was playing AC with no audio. I could just tell you, like, if you could somehow, like, make it so the track looked identical. I mean, you'd know from the force feedback feel. You would know you were playing AC, regardless of the car. Like, every single car in AC feels like AC. Even the different cars. I'd say the only time that doesn't necessarily apply is maybe with stuff like the way the physics engine operates in R Factor 1 and like if you're using lookup tables, and you can fudge things to make it mostly like quite different, but you're still gonna be aware of the innate physics engine under the hood. Exactly. Yeah, and okay, you can tell in R Factor 1 and AMS, you can tell it's R Factor 1 game engine. Just as you can tell that Automobilista 2 has very different handling cars to Project Cars 2, but you can tell it's the madness. You can tell it's the same tyre model. So the cars handle drastically different, but you can tell it's the same tyre model because it's going through the same math. I made a bloody video on why Automobilista 2 is different from Project Cars 2 and how physics operate in terms of how important car implementation is. That's not my argument. That's not my argument at all. My point is, you've just straw-manned my argument, and you can make iRacing feel slightly different, but if a tyre model is complete shite, you might be able to massively fudge the cars to iron over it, basically, which is what Automobilista's done to the Madness engine. But depending on how shite the underlying engine is, or how good it is going to then depend on to what extent those implemented cars can negate fundamental qualities of the tyre model, right? Now, generally, a developer doesn't want to be fudging the cars, as it's called. What they want to be doing is getting the car data that they've got to hand from the factory or from what race teams give them, and they then want to just plug that in, and hopefully the underlying physics engine can then take that data and it will then give a consistent, reliable result for a whole bunch of different cars that handle differently. And I'm telling you, most sim developers they spend the vast majority of time trying to get the appropriate car data and just you put that data in. They don't sit down and go, right, how can we make this car easy or hard to drive? Your argument is based on a total assumption. There's literally no evidence for what you're saying, and all logic would suggest the complete opposite of what you're saying if it was done on purpose. Why won't you admit that? Yeah, it's like... That's not proof for your argument. That's just the end result of the sim. And I tell you why the end result is like that is because if they do make future if you build a simulator and you've got all the correct car data and you put all the work into building the car based off what you think is the correct looks like the correct data, let's assume in some miraculous world that they've been given the correct data or they've got access to the bulk of the data required to build a car without having to make numbers up. Let's assume they've got perfect data. Once you've put that in the sim, what it should mean is that as you then develop the physics engine, the cars will only get better because that data, that correct data has stayed the same. And as you build on the physics engine and stuff, it will only make that car operate more realistically. Whereas if you've fudged the cars and you've made up that data to try and accommodate your shitty physics engine, if you update the physics engine in any way, you then have to refudge all the car stuff again, which if you've got loads of vehicles in a simulator is a lot of work, if not impossible. I'm not arguing with you anymore, Erwin, because you're wrong. I'm sorry. Everybody, people in chat, like, who agrees with me? Everybody. Ooh, one. Yes, of course iRacing could have cars that drive better, or in a way you might think is better. You could say that with anything. I mean, they could be worse. Yeah, exactly. As Button says, yeah, they try and use for the data they've got, they use that, and then they'll try and make the rest up as best from what seems to be reasonable. But they don't do that based off what's easier or harder to drive. They do that based off what would the real car what qualities would it likely have. Now, Erwin, Jesus, you're mental. I don't know how better I can explain it, but your assumption is just not sound. Like, explain to me why would a developer make a game purposefully hard to drive or hard to play? Like, it's nothing about driving. Like, in what logic is there to that? But they're not. Who in chat thinks my explanations are nonsense? I don't know how I can explain things any more clearly. Oh, I found a tech podium car in front of us. Your argument is like someone going, that film was shit, so obviously they were trying to make a crap film. Like, it's what is it? I don't know. No, we can't agree to disagree. That's the dumbest saying ever. Well, we'll only keep going because you're literally ignoring what I've said. First of all, I've explained the logic of your reasoning because iRacing is hard to drive, that they've designed it on purpose to be hard to drive, that's fallacious. That's just not true. So your foundation of your reasoning is incorrect. I'm pretty sure everybody in chat will agree with me. Who in chat? Here we go. Argument from popularity. Who in chat thinks iRacing's hard to drive because they've designed it to be hard to drive on purpose? Like, it's by design, i.e., they've sat down and gone, our physics engine could be easier to drive, but we're making it harder. Who thinks that that's the case with iRacing? I literally don't know a single sim developer that approaches their sim development like that. Nay. No horses are welcome in this conversation. Who votes Tory? We're off in the porkies. Oh, more rants. Oh dear. Juice Go Tech, Alex. Yeah, they make those decisions based off car data that they've got to hand for the implementation of the cars. Erwin, the only problem I have with your arguments are shit. Separate to agreeing and disagreeing, your argument is terrible. Get the out of here with your crap arguing. Could at least put up a decent argument. I'm not appreciating terrible arguments. What specifically am I lacking knowledge on? You've just made a... Oh, last to last challenge. Beep shit. Erwin, you need to... I'm disappointed in you. You need to learn how to, like, argue properly. Like, you make a point, and the other person explains why your point is logically unsound. You then need to either explain your point more clearly or admit that your point is a load of shit. So if you say iRacing's designed the cars to be difficult, and my logic for that is that the cars are difficult. That's not a sound argument. I mean, that's just the cars are difficult. The fact that they're difficult does not mean that they're designed to be difficult. It could do. It could mean that they were. But in and of itself, what's it called? Where when an argument justifies itself? What's it called? It's got I'm pretty sure it's a fallacy, a logical fallacy. It's like it's what's it called? It's a specific fallacy. It's like well, bloody hell, what's it called? It's a specific logical fallacy. No! Is it justifying the conclusion of... what is it called? No! Reverse correlation. Oh, God. It's got a specific name. No. Come on, guys. No. I'm on about the logic of making an argument, saying... No, I'm not even talking about that. Ex post facto. That sounds right. Maybe. It's like it's like, you know, when people assume malice to something when it can be explained by incompetence. It's not. You can't assume malice to something. Like so a train accident has happened, and you go, okay, well, a train has crashed. You can't then infer from that the train driver was trying to cause a train accident just because a train accident has happened. Do you see what I mean? That's the same logic that you're using. Well, yeah, it seems like a mixture of circular reasoning and bad faith. No, I don't think it's bad faith. What's it called? Maybe it is... No, self-fulfilling prophecy is another thing. But you know what I'm getting at? This car's really nice to drive, by the way. But I did just describe it. It's the same thing. Assuming that iRacing is bad by design because it's bad. Because it's bad doesn't mean it's bad by design. Because a train crashes doesn't mean the train driver crashed it on purpose. Because if you're playing Jenga and your block knocks them all over, when you pull your block out, doesn't mean that you intentionally knock the Jenga tower over. If anything, all the logic from the framework of a game of Jenga would suggest that you were trying not to knock it over. You know, in some cases, a Jenga player does knock it over because they're bored of the game and they want it to be over with. So they did do it on purpose. But in some cases, they didn't. The point is, though, you can't infer just from the Jenga tower falling over that the Jenga player did it on purpose. Why do you guys not know all the logical fallacies off the top of your heads? It's kind of like... Oh, I don't know. I need to read more books. That's my problem. Staggering get. Look, this race isn't about gains. I'm just enjoying driving the car here over ginormous bumps. Begging the question. Ah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Cyberus might have it. I think that sounds correct. That rings a bell. I'm going to Google this after this race. I think begging the question is the correct one. He might have got it. He might have won the Logical Fallacy Award. So, yes. So, anyway, either way, the initial argument. Now, ad hominem is if you just use a character attack to make an argument, as in it's a attack on the person. So it's not that. So the entire argument is based on iRacing being shit because it's shit and that's by design is a fallacious argument. I've just explained why we've named it. If you could dispute that, but I don't see how you could because I've just explained why that's incorrect reasoning. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong, but it's not a strong argument. And as I say, from all games development and business sense, it would point to it being incorrect. I'm not misrepresenting your argument. You've just said that's unless how are you going to? Okay, if you're going to change your argument or explain how I've straw-manned your argument, you're just shouting logical fallacies at random. That's not how it works. Erwin Lomber, I'm going to ban you from conversation. You specifically said. You specifically said. Well, actually, you gave. Oh, cock. Okay, once you go over the limit, you're done. Hello, Tortellini. You did make two separate arguments though. You said one of them was that it's bad by design because you, and that's justified by the fact that it's bad, which that's fallacious and doesn't actually make sense. And you also said it could just be bad because they don't know what they're doing. And well, no, but you know what I mean. Hard to drive. I'm just using the term bad. That's what I meant. Yeah, ignore that. Hard to drive. Difficult. By design. I know it's not necessarily synonymous with bad, but it is in the context of how we're discussing it. No, I'm not even making... Ah, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not. Yeah, it's not important for the conversation. Jesus Christ, it's like impossible to talk to. Either way, it doesn't matter. Bad, difficult, or whatever. You're saying it's... Ah, Jesus. Turn in. Anyway, I'm bored of this conversation. I think everyone's bored of this conversation. Erwin, you're terrible to have a conversation with. I'm going to ban you from arguments. You're on the conversation argument. You're worse than Tortellini. Yeah, we're not even talking about that. I think you might just be a bit mentally slow. That was an ad hominem attack. Erwin's ruined everything by not being able to have a normal conversation. How old are you? If you're like under 20, I'll forgive you. I take back everything I said. I give anyone under 20 a free pass. Probably 12, probably like 8. Ah, well, you got no bloody excuse then. Jesus Christ, get off. You should be able to argue better if you're my age. Come on, man. Well, I'm sat here playing driving simulators with people sending money to me, so I'm doing the right thing. I'm all right. It might not seem like a good thing, but it's working. Man, my hands are sweaty. Okay. Fair enough. I'll let you off then. All right, you got me there. Ah, gee, what is... I've got to learn how to brake. I want the back to come out more on the brake, but am I moving the brake bias? Yeah, I am moving it back, so... Oh, maybe I just need to do it more. This is strange. Yeah, definitely. Why is the... So the back's not coming out? This doesn't make any sense. Hang on. Why is the back... I'm turning and I'm getting on the brake, but the back doesn't come out. I put the brake bias all the way back here. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. It's like it's understeering before the back lock. Maybe the brake pressure's too light, or maybe has this car got ABS? Oh no, then it. Okay, I think there's something erratic with this. Yeah, I don't really understand this car's braking. Yeah, it seemed to have traction control, but then it locked up. So 100% brake pressure. That's brake. That's to the rear. Oh yeah, I don't get what's going on there. $52.48. Yeah, what's it on now? There you go. It's more that it's like the car's understeering before the back comes out. Like, it's not turning in at all on the brakes. Even though I've moved the brake bias really far back. Yeah, but if you set the brake bias back and you, like, hammer the brake, it should still... Like, Porsches normally rotate really, really easy. Maybe, I say, like, the limited slip differential, but then normally... Or increasing the anti-roll bar. That's why I'm understeering, because when I get on the brake, the car doesn't turn in at all. Stability control on. No, but oh, maybe I accidentally pushed it. It's a good point, actually. Stability control off. Opposite lock off. 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 Right. What? It might just be this car. No, I didn't think I had them on. But, so, you know, if you press the F keys, it turns them on. So sometimes, if you're mashing away at the keyboard, you accidentally turn them on. I don't think they were, though, because I had to push them all 3 times. Yeah, I mean, with braking, though, with heavy braking, if you put the brake bias to the back, then regardless of setup, the back should start coming out. When you lock up, it will come out. It's not. You see that? It's maybe. No, my brakes are... Yeah, there's something wrong with it. Let's try a different car. GT4 cars. Well, let's give them a go. Driver coach fun. Thank you. Thanks, Chadhead. I've got all the driver aids turned off as far as I'm aware. Are the stock cars new in this?
What is the motive behind this demand? Necessity. Necessity for money. I'm not supplying money for necessities.
Towards the driver coach, fun grin.
I appreciate that. Is that top-notch donation? What? Yeah, this car needs the brake bars going back. There we go. Oh, that's better. See, look at that. Straight away on the brakes. Yeah, when the track's green in this, it's super, super, super slippy. Even this feels quite reluctant to start rotating on the brake. Oh. Oh, he's locking up. Jesus. See, this doesn't turn in that much, and then it goes over the limit and then rotates. Well, the track is super green, so it might just be that the track's not got much grip. Just found it. This is turning in a lot better, though. See that? You can sit on the brake there. Getting it right into the corner. Oh, this is miles better than iRacing. The track's just very slippy. See, the advantage of having the brake bars further back with driving sims is when you push the brake too much, the car rotates, and then you can use that as a reference for how much braking you can use so you know that you're on the limit. Because as you get onto the limit, the car starts rotating more, and you can feel that through the force feedback, and you can see it visually, and you can use the rotation to get the car around the corner. So this is quite nice. We get stuck in slides now. I don't think R Factor 2 has a on-screen pedal gauge, as far as I'm aware. See your pedal input. Okay. Need more grip. Right, I'm going to do a race with this car. Where are they in the... Green flag, go, go, go! Your car in real life. Nice. Oh. Ah, well, come on. Oh. What, the AI going bonkers? What? What are they doing? Coming through, boys. I mean, this is like... This is sort of like... it's on a par with AC in many ways. It's just sort of different. But like, yeah, AC, R Factor 2. Sit. GT4 cars are really fun in race room, aren't they? Pretty sure. The brake bias even further back, why not? 46.53 seems like mentally rear though. I know, maybe not. Actually. 44. Oh. Okay. Any racing with subs? I don't know, we could jump into AC, I guess. I might as well, I mean, driving all day. It seems like once you go over the limit and slide, you slide for the grip doesn't come back. The thing is, the tyre scrub sound is really high pitch and gives you the impression that there's very low grip. It's very strange. Also, the tyre scrub sound just goes on and then disappears. It's a weird bag of spanners. This car has quite satisfying handling though, like the way you can it still bites on the throttle. The track surface is fantastic in this. The graphics of the track surface, really, really detailed. Oh, jeez, what's he doing? Do you know what? There's something about the scale of R Factor 2 looks really natural. I mean, I don't know if on video it kind of conveys the same, but like for whatever reason, the field of view and scale of the vehicle just looks right. Ah, phone call. I tell you what, guys, I think after I've done this race, Whoa, bloody hell. I will have a break for some food, and then maybe we can do a little bit of AC. I don't know if there's any server gods. I might just pass out though, so that might not happen. I'm absolutely starving here. But this is nice. The handing in. I mean, why is iRacing so bad? Who in chat? Come on. Argument for popularity here. Another fallacy inbound. Who in chat thinks the iRacing physics are terrible? Vote now, and I'll spare your lives in the coming apocalypse. Yeah, I'm not. I just don't feel. I'm not feeling the Automobilista 2 physics. To be honest, it just doesn't click with me. Whoa! Use the car in front as a brake. James Andrew. iRacing skip is okay. Give that car a pass. Those of you that say it's not terrible, how much have you spent on iRacing? Ah, no tortellini! It's the tortellini diss. Flat spotted my wheel. I tell you what's crazy with both AC and R Factor 2, you can feel which wheel is flat spotted through your force feedback. No, I don't mind the skip. Like, yeah, there's aspects that annoy me, but I don't mind them. Well, the qualifying is annoying with them. But in normal racing, Jesus. I would like this car to have a little bit more bite on the grip. Maybe my setup's terrible and the tyres are overheating. Yeah, well, the thing is, with iRacing, it doesn't feel disconnected. I'd say AMS2, for whatever reason, feels disconnected, if that makes sense. Like, I don't feel... It just feels mushy. Whereas, though I don't like the handling in iRacing, it doesn't feel mushy. It's very tight, actually. The cars are super responsive in iRacing. Yeah, my tyres have gone off. Weird. Relative to other sims, every car in Automobilista 2 feels disconnected, I find. I'd say even compared to Project Cars 2, they feel disconnected. I think... I would say it feels more realistic than Project Cars 2, but it still seems disconnected. The tyre scrub sounds terrible. I've driven most of the cars in Automobilista 2 now, as ice. Oh my god, no grip. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the tyre skid sounds in this. Presumably they recorded it from a real car. Maybe I've worn the tyres out, but 7 laps in a GT4 car, you should not be able to wear the tyres out doing what I've done. Well, I don't know what's going on with this car. I think that's the car setup thing. Right. That's it. I might do some AC later. I've got to make some phone calls and do some emails, so I'm not sure. It depends how that goes. So, yeah. Thank you guys for watching and taking part. We got 2 third places in the Skip Barber, I think. So that's a win. And that's the last iRacing stream for a month. So enjoyed it. Take care, everyone. I will see you soon.